right, we're ready?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh!
Woof.
Anime Monday. Animation with balls. So crazy. It has to be drawn. A steaming pile of awesome. Anime Monday. Just effing watch.
That's right, brand new Anna Monday. With me here is, of course, the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
The equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
And let's talk about Rose Brides. We are talking Utena. And honestly, yeah, I have so much to talk about. I have so many things. My brain is scattered. Oh my god. So, Revolutionary Girl Utena. Yeah.
This is a series I love introducing to people because the reactions as people are, watching it and experiencing it for the first time are priceless.
Oh, I'm sure you absolutely loved my play-by-play.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're not the first person I've introduced this series to either. I first came across this series alone. Yes, Varren, I introduced you to it too.
And the entire anime club.
And now I'm introducing people to it too. So, passed it on.
Because this series is so unique. It has so much style, and it is such an experience. A lot of people will, talk about like, oh, it's so weird. There's all these random things that are happening, like it's some kind of slapstick anime, but it's not.
No.
It is a surrealist anime. So everything in it is a metaphor. Nothing is exactly as it seems. None of the characters are exactly as they seem. But every character is so well developed, and I really don't think any character in it, even Choo Choo, the monkey, is not like two-dimensional.
Oh no, there's so much to Choo Choo. Oh my god, Choo Choo. Whether being abused by assholes or people just like watching it do its watching Choo Choo do its thing and then just like okay, well that happened.
For people who are not familiar with it, because this is a bit of a obscure series in some ways, despite the fact that it actually is considered, even like everywhere is considered a classic anime.
Mm-hmm.
For people who are not familiar with it, A long, long time ago, when Utena was very young, she met a prince, and he saved her. And she was so impressed by this prince that she decides to become a prince herself.
But was that really such a good idea?
Anyways, Utena eventually enrolls at Otori Academy and runs into gets involved with this underground dueling club that the student council has.
If it cannot break out of its shell, the chick will die without being born. We are the chick. The world is our egg. If we don't crack the world's shell, we will die without truly being born. Smash the world's shell. For the revolution of the world.
Where they receive instructions from something called the End of the World that instructs them to basically duel for the Rose Bride. Because whoever is engaged for the Rose Bride will, gain the power to revolutionize the world.
Oh, and I'm going to say real quick, just so people are aware and not wondering why this keeps happening, I am going to be putting little clips here and there from this series into this review. Because, probably right as soon as we talked about the student council, I most likely just inserted the whole, their elevator thing.
Oh, yes. The infamous elevator speech. It's actually a quote from Hermann Hesse, which is a famous German author. Most famously wrote Siddhartha and the Glass Bead Game. And basically the chick speech is, the whole, we are the chick, the world is our egg, quote, is used throughout especially the first season. Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, and then you think about what the various members of the student council go through in their personal lives and what Utena and Anthe go through, it helps give context and gives you an idea on how to interpret certain things that happen. Because again, there's a lot of surreal elements to this series.
That's an understatement.
And a lot of metaphors, visual metaphors.
Well, it's so surreal that she joins an underground dueling club in which she has to walk up an enormous amount of stairs.
They are so excited later on in the series when they discover an elevator.
Yeah.
The entire student council, they're just so excited.
Underground dueling club? Literally underground, and yet you have to walk up.
Yep.
To get underground.
Although, to be fair, that is a thing that is acknowledged in this series.
It is.
The upside down castle, and even the student council is like, yeah, we have no idea how that works. It's just there.
It just is, yeah. There are times where it calls itself out, and I absolutely love it when it does that.
I love the things that within the story proper, it explores within its, surrealistic nature. But even just the whole, we are the chick, the world is our egg. Even if you take it at its most simple meaning of, these are a bunch of teenagers breaking out of the shell, is basically growing up from the process of growing into a chick and breaking out of the shell is that transitionary period between being a kid and being an adult, and they are literally in the struggle of growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, and there's also that other part to the chick speech, if a chick cannot hatch from its shell, it will die without ever truly being born.
Right.
And how that adds another, it kind of emphasizes, how that moment.
Yeah. Well, we all know those bitches who never grew up from high school. They're basically stunted inside the shell. They will never grow up.
Yeah.
And that's what each one of these characters is struggling with, growing the fuck up at its core principle. But it also, like, takes it steps beyond that into some really fucking weird-ass territory.
Yeah.
So I would say to anybody who enjoys any form of coming-of-age story, this is for you. Just remember, don't eat before you get on the roller coaster, and buckle in your safety belt.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, no. So, this was my first time ever really watching this. I know I've brought up the movie a couple of times in other reviews. However, the only way I ever saw that was because of an old Yasu Otaku anime review.
Oh, yeah.
And now, having seen that, and again, yeah, we're gonna jump all over here a little bit, but we'll eventually get some consistency. Having finally sat down and watched both the series and the movie in full, I have to say that review does not do it justice.
I don't think there's any review or analysis I've ever seen that can do the entirety of Utena justice. Mostly because anybody who goes into it, one, is going to approach it with their lens, and two, there's entirely too many things to focus on in Utena that you could really analyze all of it all at once.
Well, it's also a series where this is one of those series that I periodically come back to this series. It's like I'll be all into it for a while, and then I'll get, into other things, but later I will come back to it. And there's so many different layers to everything that goes on. You find something new in it every time. And part of it is because, the surreal nature, but like even aside from the surreal nature of it, it's just a fun series. It's got such a good story, and the characters are absolutely amazing. Now for people who are like,
she sucks.
I have things to talk about with her.
But that's the thing, though. Nanami's great. She's such a wonderfully well-written character, and yet I hate her.
I hate her so fucking much.
There's a lot of characters that you just love to hate.
Oh yeah,
Shiori.
Oh god, Shiori. Oh my god. She's like
you hit a hot button. You should have brought up Saionji first.
Saionji
can die in a fire.
Yeah, Saionji right away. Right the fuck away. The first time he shows up and it's him slapping Anthe, and immediately I'm like, okay, fuck this character. And then as he gets going, they try to make you sympathetic with him. I'm like, oh, that sucks. You're still a woman-beating asshole.
Yeah, there are in this series where you just love to hate them, and Saionji and Nanami are like some of those characters.
Yeah, the depths of darkness in which this series examines in people, is going to get pretty fucking deep when the beginning boss, the entry-level boss, is literally a chauvinistic, narcissistic woman beater.
Yeah.
It's wait, this is the beginning boss? Are you sure?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and then Nanami, oh, dear God. Okay. No, I have to say something right now. Again, like I said, this review is going to be all over the place, which is fine. That's what the series is kind of all over the place.
But yeah, don't let us saying this series is all over the place and the fact it's surreal put you off.
It's not in a bad way.
It's still really easy to follow.
Yeah.
And if you've ever watched any zany anime comedy, you're gonna have no problem following anything.
It's
if you can follow Gintama, you're gonna be fine.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. No, basically, what I mean by that is that really, the answers that you're looking for throughout this series to your questions are going to get answered to you out of order,
and not in the ways you expect.
And not in the ways you expect. And you might even miss some of them if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, that's okay. You'll just catch them on your second watch through.
Oh yeah. No, this is definitely an anime.
And your third, and your fourth, and the fifth.
I've already, like, not even, I wasn't even through season 1, and I had realized immediately, because it's split up into technically 3 seasons. I was not even through season 1, and I immediately realized this is going to be one of those anime that I just play just to have something playing in the background. And that once I'm done with whatever I'm doing, I will sit down and continue to just watch it. Like, I will just be hopping in, like, whenever I feel like.
And the whole time humming. Yeah,
anytime I'm running up, like, a large staircase, or, you know, anything that's, like, a couple floors more, it's like, that'll be, like, in the back of my head.
I can attest to this because one time we had to run up some stairs on our college campus, and we both looked at each other and was like, "Is it that?"
There has been a few times where it's just like you get on an elevator and you're like, "We are the chick. The world is our egg."
Oh, do that! Do that in an elevator at a con with a bunch of people that look like they're over the age of 30. They will react.
Oh, like that.
They will fucking react.
Like, honestly, I think since you gave me the suggestion earlier of like, when you're going up like a long flight of stairs, you need to play that. I'm like, well, now I am definitely gonna do that, and I'm gonna do that in a government building. Just to add that sense of foreboding. Oh, God. But yeah, no, like, back to Nanami real quick. Okay. So, spoiler, this character's fucking psychotic and she's a bitch. Honestly...
That's putting it lightly.
That is putting it lightly. And for those who remember, like, that random scene, if they remember the review, and that random scene of just this cow showing up, and the monkey and all that other shit, the cow represented Nanami. Because that's actually in an episode. As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, Nanami is a cow. As it should be. Moving on.
Nanami she has a lot of depth to her character. And while she's not someone I would ever like, or she, at the same time, throughout the series, there are times when you pity her because things happen to her that even she doesn't deserve to have happen to her.
Yeah, no. There is, like, at the most, she gets my pity. Like,
she's selfish, she's a bully, she killed a kitten, but at the same time
for me. That's what I'm like, whatever happens to you, I don't care.
But at times, there are times that you feel for her.
Okay, even Toga kind of really pushed that shit when it came to... But then therein lies
no one deserves having Toga for a brother.
No, but then therein lies another issue with her. Okay. Complexes are all over this fucking series.
Well, yes, because this series deconstructs a lot of common anime tropes. Mm-hmm. So, you know, like that common trope that is especially common in anime right now, where you have like the weird vibes between the brother and the sister. Like you have the little sister who is like so in love with her big brother, or like the weird paternal vibes between like an older brother and a younger sister. Mm-hmm. You know, you see it a lot in anime right now, like the Irregular at Magic High School has this all over the place. Mm. Now, if you watch Utena and then you watch something like that, you're like, oh god.
Yeah.
Because this series really deconstructs that trope in all sorts of ways. It deconstructs a lot of shoujo tropes, a lot of anime tropes. And it kind of really examines the ugly side to those dynamics. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's just like you watch this, then you watch one of those, and you're just like, ugh. Oh,
I've
okay.
never been more horrified by a brother complex.
And the big thing for me when it comes to these deconstructions and why, even though these characters, well, I would say about half the characters can be described as piece of shit people, because of the deconstructive element and how well it does it, both with its outright calling it out for what it is while also being very artistic and surreal with its presentation. The strongest part about this deconstruction is that every time it's deconstructed, even the worst of the worst get treated in a humane fashion. Like, even the worst of the worst characters, they're never treated as subhuman or just evil because they're born that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
each character gets their every character has their chance to show their vulnerability and how they got there. Yeah, that doesn't justify it or excuse it in any fashion, but you can see the development in where these like toxic elements come in and how, you know, bad situations and other bad people breed bad people. And so it's very, very heartwarming in its way, in the way it does that.
Well, and I think one of the moments that definitely makes you pity her, again, I can't feel sympathy for her, but like you feel the pity for her, is the reveal that she might, that she's not blood related. But then the reveal after that, when she's not blood related to her brother, so she freaks out. She's upset because she's no longer blood related. She's like, "Oh, well, no, that's like the basis I love somebody who's not actually my brother," and it's like, "Wait, what?" And then, but then Toga, the last fucking scene with Toga.
Okay, so there's to make this a little bit more simpler for our audience. Basically, Nanami idolizes her brother Toga to an unhealthy degree. Mm-hmm. He is like the epitome of like everything to her, and being like his little sister is the basis and axis of her entire world. So she bullies, like girls that like who go after him or have a crush on him. She's kind of like a little, almost like she's a mean girl. Mm-hmm. And as like the anime like famously says at like one point, it's like to her like all other men are as meaningless as parsley, because none of them can compare to Toga. Mm-hmm. So finding out that she might not actually be related to Toga basically shatters like her entire place in the world. Mm-hmm. And so basically it's this huge like crisis for her, because basically her entire world has been upended. And then she finds out, no, they're actually blood related. And
no, she didn't find. Maybe I missed it, but like I don't remember them actually revealing that for to her. Anyway,
it's like Nanami finds out that she was adopted, but what she didn't know when she found out that she was adopted was that her and Toga are siblings, but they were adopted together to the same family.
Yeah, no, because literally that's a line that he says to the head. The guy's like, so when are you gonna reveal it's like, when are you gonna reveal the truth? And it's like, oh, what, that we're actually, in fact, that the both of us are actually blood related. We were just adopted by our parents. Yeah, when are you gonna reveal that? Well, why would I do that? This is so much fun.
Do you ever intend to tell Nanami the truth, Toga?
I'm not sure.
But you are brother and sister by blood, aren't you?
Yes, we've spent our lives together. Fortunately, we were both taken in by the Kiryu family. Nanami was still a baby when it happened.
You should clear up the misunderstanding.
But I find the idea of a brother and sister not related by blood much more romantic, don't you?
Such an awful brother.
Well, yeah, because...
Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, basically, the whole thing was like a manipulation set up by them, basically just to torment Nanami.
Yeah!
For no reason. And it kind of like, that's like one of those moments where like, you kind of feel bad for her. You're like, did she ever stand a chance of being a good person, being around all these terrible people?
Probably
But then,
not.
like,
No.
But then, like, you have other characters who are good and surrounded by, grew up with terrible people.
Yeah.
But it's just like poor Nanami.
Yeah. Nanami didn't stand a chance of being a good person when people like Toga and Aikyo are literally moving her around like a pawn on a fucking chessboard.
Yeah. No.
Just for the sake of their own fucking entertainment.
Yeah,
like,
no, she really didn't stand a chance.
she's almost less than an object to them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, there are times in that series where, like, you see her, like, almost kind of become friends with Mickey. And, at times, like, she's capable of, like, amiably getting along with, like, like the other members of the main cast. And you're like,
The kid.
man, if like she was just removed from this terrible environment, like she might actually grow up into like a decent human being.
By the way, since we brought up the subject of Mickey, can we just make him the poster boy for all soft boys in the world?
Yes.
Like, he's such a good person.
I like
I
him
just want
so fucking much.
I just want every man out there that identifies as a soft boy to like know he exists and know his story.
Mickey's
yeah.
so adorable.
Yeah,
Mickey's
Mickey,
so
like,
adorable.
as soon as he showed up, like, I remember that my response immediately as I got to, like, the episode where Mickey actually, like, talks, and I'm like, I like this guy. It's just, I'm like, I really like this guy. He's great. He's
It's
great.
like-
I think he's, like, one of my favorite characters now.
And his masculinity like hangs on his gentlemanly behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a nice thing to see. Because Mickey will kick your butt in a sword fight. But it's not his ability to fight that he hangs his masculinity on.
Well,
Like,
he also
not even remotely.
well, also like every time he fights, he's fighting for others.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, no, he's...
He never once fights for himself or because he's someone who protects others.
Yeah. Even when he
But at the same
wants
time, he's
Anthony,
not
it's
somebody who does. But at the same time, he's still not somebody who denies his own desires.
Yeah,
Mhm.
even when he wants Anthe, which, I don't remember if we mentioned it all. Anthe is the Rose Bride. Everybody fights for her because she has, like, whoever wins her in a duel is betrothed to her. And
Yeah, whoever the dueling champion is betrothed to her, and she pulls swords out of people's chests.
yes, she has magical powers. And she may very well be able to help lead to revolution, which is what this is all about. But when Mickey even fights for her, it's not really for selfish reasons. Like, that's the weird thing. Like, he's probably one of the only ones who, when he fights for her, it's not because, oh, I want revolution. Or because,
No, he
oh,
just
I
wants
want...
Anthe to be happy.
Yeah.
Because she's like a sister to him.
Yeah. It's like, well, I like her.
And he's the
And-
only man that wants her to be happy.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, like, outside of Utena herself, like, only one. Like, oh, God. And we haven't even gotten into some of the other characters who end up trying to fight for her, and... God, the
Well-
Black Rose saga.
Well, let's finish out like talking about the student
The
council
student
here
councils,
before we get into
yeah.
them,
Yeah,
because
they're gonna
we
be
have to talk
sagas.
about Jury for a moment.
Oh, Jury. I wasn't
Poor
sure at first if I was gonna like this character. Because she seemed like your typical, like, oh, she's really good at fencing, or she's the strong woman who's kind of stuck up. I'm like, oh, okay.
And then,
I'm probably
and
not
then
going to
you
care.
find out she's a total hopeless romantic.
She is. She's a total hopeless romantic in love with just the wrong people.
That's because Shiori is the worst.
Shiori is
the absolute worst.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, when Shiori finds out, and I think that doesn't even happen until the Black Rose Saga, so we're gonna go a little bit into this right now. Yeah.
Oh, but then again, we gotta talk about the two, green and red.
We already talked about Seonji a little bit, and we've determined that he can die in a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
But of course, we gotta talk about Toga.
Oh, Toga.
Where to even begin with Toga other than my very unhealthy crush on the man?
Well,
he's a fantastic villain. He's a fantastic villain.
Oh yeah, he is that wonderful, perfect villain for like the first half of a series that you definitely do not have to question where you got some of your kinks from, because they totally came from him.
Well, that, and he has some amazing voice acting,
both in the dub and sub.
Yeah.
In both iterations too.
For a dub from the 90s, this dub is surprisingly good.
Yeah, the dub's damn near delicious. And I believe the original airing was in 1997. I think the dub came very soon after, in 98 or 99.
Yeah.
Let's see. I am looking up information for you.
And if you ever see like pictures of the old VHS boxes, right on the front it says by the director of Sailor Moon.
Yes, it does.
Because that's the audience that they decided to try and market this to.
Well, and honestly, that doesn't surprise me very much. I mean, Sailor Moon was the hot shit, and really, what other audience is going to latch on to something like Utena? Dragon Ball Z fans? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, no, Toga was voiced by Crispin Freeman. Which, by the way, I showed Varren the not so great, but still exists trailer for the movie. It was put up on YouTube by Crispin Freeman himself.
Yep.
Back in the day. He's like, yeah, trailer's not that great, but I do voice work in this, and it's crazy. You should check it out.
But yeah, that trailer, I remember back when that trailer like first hit the beginnings of the internet, as it was back then, and everybody just lost their minds because Utena! It's a movie! And look at Utena's hair! And roses everywhere, and improbable architecture. That and, that... Gosh, the music in that trailer is so good.
Oh, the music in the trailer is really fucking good.
The music in the entire series of Utena is absolutely phenomenal. And even if you're listening to us and going like, well, I don't know, the series might not be for me, even if the series isn't for you, the music will be.
Oh, the music. Oh my god, the soundtrack. Yeah. Shit, should we get into that now or hold on a little bit?
No.
Hold on. We were getting to the Black Rose Saga.
Right, because we talked about pretty much everybody who's on the student council. Now we need to move on to the Black Rose Saga, because basically the seasons happen in these sort of like 3 waves of people trying to revolutionize the world. First it's the student council, then it's the Black Rose Saga that comes next.
Which is actually my favorite saga still. Like that.
Yeah, the Black Rose arc is a really good section.
Though I realized we actually, while we brought up Toga and we mentioned his voice actor, we didn't really say much about him.
Well, other than the fact that talking about him is kind of exhausting because he's so good as a villain.
Honestly, yeah.
Although he's an amateur compared to some of the villains that come later.
Oh, yeah.
Well, compared to the final boss.
Yeah.
The final boss, yeah.
He is the young Padawan of the most manipulative masterminds in the entire school.
Yeah. To not get too much into spoilers, we'll just call him the end of the world, because that's what he's known as through like the first
2/3.
The first 2/3 of this series. And yeah, this isn't one that we're really going to want to spoil for you, because that part is worth experiencing for yourself.
I will say this, even though I didn't look ahead, I didn't know a whole lot about this other than surrealism going in. I was able to guess who the final who like the bad guy was. Like our final boss. I was able to guess the connection right away. But that might just be my observation skills.
Well, no, it does leave plenty of clues. The series wants you to figure things out, but like even if you figure out like the outline of things, just everything that how things ended up the way they are is like something you're not going to guess.
Oh yeah, no.
Because like how the end of the world becomes the end of the world and what the end of the world used to be.
Even Anthe, I had no fucking idea. I did not see that coming at all.
And it's like, and then once like those reveals happen, you're like, wow, this is just a huge tragedy. The whole thing is just a huge tragedy when you look at what happened.
Yeah. And
like,
I don't want to spoil the ending twist, but yeah.
So once again, we've skipped to the Black Rose arc and moved on to the final.
We're getting there.
I swear to God, somebody's going to come along at some point and re-edit this entire review to be actually in chronological order.
I'm leading into the Black Rose because you find out that this isn't the first time things have happened, because the whole Black Rose arc is about the duelists who have died and what happens to like their because all the duelists have like a rose seal ring, and after the duelist has died, the ring becomes black. And our second boss, Mikage, is trying to gain the power to revolutionize the world for his own gains, but he's using the Black Rose rings and manipulating people into becoming duelists to kill the Rose Bride and steal her power.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh, Mikage. Okay. Yeah. He's actually he's actually one that I sympathized with by the end. I didn't pity him. I actually sympathized. Because he clearly went in with a goal, and then that goal was completely twisted.
Well, yeah.
Without him even realizing it had been twisted.
Yeah, because, well, I mean, the end of the world, he's on another level, but...
Kind of a dick, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, no, the Black Rose. Yeah, and that's where we get more character development. That's where we get more character development on the student council. Because we get to see all of their connections. We actually get to see more about Shiori. We actually learn about the man in between Shiori and Juri, Ruka.
And can I just say, poor Wakaba?
Yeah.
Wakaba is like Utena's friend at the beginning of the first season, and gosh, she's so energetic, and you look at her and you're like, this is someone that you'd want to be friends with. And she's actually the reason that Utena entered the duels in the first place. It was on Wakaba's behalf because, surprise, surprise, Sayonji was a dick to her.
Yeah.
And not just, like, being mean to her in the hallway. No, he humiliated her in front of the entire school.
Yeah.
The entire school.
Yeah, there's
And
no recovering from that. He's a fucking prick. And yet...
to give people an idea here, this is the first episode, so I don't think this is much of a spoiler.
No.
Basically, poor little Wakaba, she had a crush on Saionji. Because if you don't know Saionji, he seems like really cool, amazing. He's good at kendo. He's on the student council. He's like, you know, the cool guy that, you know.
He's good on paper.
Yes. And then when you talk to the guy for 5 minutes, then you realize he's an asshole. But anyways, so like Wakaba writes basically a love letter, a confession of her feelings towards Saionji. Saionji takes that love letter and he sticks it up on the bulletin board for everyone to read and laugh at.
Like, okay, I think, like, the best analogy I can give, it is kind of like, so somebody, I've heard this before, the idea was, in a different scenario, it's like finding this, like, meeting this really hot girl who's like, oh, she's really nice and everything, she seems really nice and everything, but then as you talk to her, you find out, oh, she once kicked a puppy so hard its head spun around. And she laughed at it. That's kind of what Saionji is, because at first it's like, oh, he's kind of this cool character. Like, oh, I think I might end up liking this character. He's, like, part of the Kendo Club and all this other shit. Then he beats Auntie. And then pins that. And then every time, every fucking thing he does, it keeps adding to, like, why he sucks so bad.
Well, he also looks up to Toga. So there's that.
There is that.
But anyways, the reason I brought up Wakaba in the first place is she's one of the people who ends up, you know, yeah, she ends up becoming one of the Black Rose duelists due to Mikage, and so you have Utena basically having to duel her best friend. And not understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, that and the dueling arena has turned into a crime scene with, like, you know, body outlines everywhere and desks and...
There's always something on it. Auntie drank all the milkshakes.
Yeah, there's one of the best things on a rewatch is looking at all the stuff Auntie's doing in the background. Like drinking the milkshakes, messing with things, you know, poking things, you know, just like she's bored while, you know, people with, you know, sharp pointy swords are trying to, you know, knock roses off each other's chests. And she's like, yeah, I've seen this. They're done that.
Yeah. Oh, look, a car. Whee!
Because why wouldn't there be a car?
Yeah. Oh, we'll get into that, because that's the final one. Yeah, no, but I actually gotta say, one of my favorite moments of the Black Rose Saga actually still does have to deal with Makaba. And that's what led to her being like that, or being one of the duelists. And that's Tetsuya. Or Tatsuya, however you say his name. Kazami. Her friend, the Onion Prince. Oh my god, this poor character. So, okay, you find out that she has a friend who stood up for her back when she was a little girl, and then he kind of, like, estranged himself from her, and so she thinks he's kind of a dick, and he's become kind of a womanizer. He does start off with, like, having a crush on Utena, and then realizing, oh, wait, I actually really love Wakaba. Okay, he goes to confess. And in the same time as he's confessing to her, Wakaba realizes, oh, I do have to be true to my feelings. And it's that she's in love with Saionji and not him. So he goes to the council, goes to the
yeah, because Mikage is like a student counselor.
Yeah.
Because, that's a great position to brainwash people into being, Black Rose duelists.
So he goes there, he pours his fucking heart out, says everything. And then after, like, the elevator shakes like it's about to fucking explode, like it always does, and he gets to the bottom, and, Mikage is standing there. He looks at him and says, "You don't belong here. You are a truly pure soul."
Excuse me, is anybody here? I know I don't have an appointment, but... You don't mind, do you? Sorry for barging in like this. Middle school section, second year, class D. Tatsuya Kazami.
All right, please begin.
Well, I've heard the rumors. How when things go wrong, you can come here and be counseled. There's this girl that I've liked for a very long time. She's like a princess to me. And when I tried to tell her, she just ran away. Ran away to see another guy. I'm sure he's just using her, stringing her along. Ah, she's so beautiful and innocent, and there's no telling what he may end up doing to her. I'm afraid she's going to. That they're going to. But it doesn't matter. No matter what happens to her, she'll come back to me in the end. Because I love her. That's right. True love always wins out in the end, doesn't it? I know I can make you happy. I'll do anything for you. Why am I no good?
You are a truly good person. And because of that, the path you must take does not lie here. Leave now. This isn't any sort of place for someone whose heart is pure.
I shed a tear at that one. Because, yeah, it's like, oh my god, even when he's like, oh, I think I want revenge, it's like, no, my dude, I'm sorry, you've been dealt a shit hand in life because you're too damn nice.
Yeah, so you mentioned the elevator here, and I just want to use that to kind of give an example of some of kind of like symbolisms and stuff that happens in this series.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Mikage, like as we mentioned, is like basically a student counselor. Students come to him, tell him about their problems, and he helps them work through them. As like they're explaining their feelings, he just tells them go deeper, and basically the room goes down like it's an elevator, and as they go deeper and deeper, the elevator is going down.
Mm-hmm.
And on the wall you see at first they look like pinned butterflies, and then they turn into cocoons, and then they're caterpillars, and then it becomes like the caterpillar's egg, as they go kind of like deeper and deeper into their feelings and what they're saying to him. And that's kind of like the cool symbolism and imagery that you see in this series.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, yeah. So do we have anything else to say about the Black Rose Saga, or should we move on to
The end of the world?
The end of the world. The Apocalypse Saga.
Well, I mean, we could probably go on for hours on like any one of the arcs in Utena, but yes, we should probably go to this.
So Otori Saga / Apocalypse. Because Apocalypse Saga is technically only like 5 episodes. So we get to see our antagonist. We get to see our final boss. And it's, there's plenty of spoilers here. It's Anthony's brother.
Yes, she has family.
She has
Everyone
family.
is surprised.
Everybody is fucking surprised. Even I was slightly surprised. Like, wait, what?
Yes, if you haven't seen the series yet, stop, go watch this series, then come back because spoilers everywhere.
Oh,
from
yeah.
This point on.
And I'm going to spoil. Like, I want to give in depth because I have a lot of things to talk about, a lot of things to just pour out from having watched this.
Things that you've been bottling up until this point.
Yes. So, going deeper. Her brother is the school's chairman. He's manipulative, psychotic.
And one of the best villains you'll ever see on screen.
Oh, yes. And he loves his car very, very much.
The AKO car is a mysterious and wonderful vehicle.
Yes. And one moment in particular, because this thing pops up all over the fucking place. And that's what he uses to show everybody what is at the end of the world. He shows them all of this. And I'm also pretty sure it was a metaphor for sex. Pretty sure.
At various points in the series.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Because the car symbolizes many things throughout the series.
Yeah. And then he drives it through a window. Because that was the thing.
The AKO car goes wherever it wants.
It goes wherever the fuck it wants. Because I'm pretty sure that window was not on a bottom floor.
There's someone I'd like you to meet. There. Can't you hear it? If your soul has not truly abandoned all hope, then you can hear the sound that races through the end of the world.
Huh? What in the world is that sound?
We have been waiting for you, Toga. Say your line for us, please.
Come with us. Follow us. Follow us to the world you seek.
Well, I mean, it also drives on two wheels. It ends up in the dueling arena. It goes all over the place. And the AKO car theme is hilarious to drive to in your own car.
Yeah. And then he loves to ride on the front of it.
Because why not?
Okay,
the car does whatever it needs to do at the moment.
Now, one moment that did kill me during this saga is there's a point where they have a driving scene that's not in the car, and it's Toga and Seonji driving on a bike. Seonji's riding in the little sidecar. And I absolutely love, because every fucking time at that car, everybody stands up. He flips himself over onto the front. Other people do all sorts of shit in that car. When he's on the bike, and Seonji stands up, and he's like, I have a revelation. Yeah, it's like, I have a revelation. And Toga goes, Seonji? Yeah? That's dangerous. Oh. Yeah, you're right. It's just back down. It's like, what?
That's because it's always funny whenever Seonji gets a verbal smackdown. One of my favorite parts with Seonji is actually way back in season 1, the student council arc, where Mickey and Utena are looking out the window and they're watching Nanami and basically being waited on hand and foot by this little elementary school student,
That
and
poor kid.
they're talking about what's going on, and then Sayonji is like standing behind them, and he starts like doing this like soliloquy on types of love, and then he pulls out like what Anthony and I have is a hidden love, and he like pulls out like this little exchange diary, and neither Miki nor Utena look at Sayonji, but like Utena says, nobody asked you.
Oh my god, I almost forgot about that scene. Wasn't that like around the same time as like it was like when the two of them were just sitting there eating lunch? And we're saying shit back and forth?
Like there's like a few times like where like Sanji will just appear behind other characters and he'll try and contribute, and then he just gets the verbal smackdown, and you're just like, yes, Sayonji getting put in his place.
Because I remember that one where it was, this is horrible, and Mickey's like, I don't know, I think the lunch is actually pretty well done. This isn't too bad at all. No, I'm talking about this whole situation. Oh, okay. And it's like, yeah, no, yeah, he starts talking and says, oh yeah, no, that is pretty terrible. I don't know, I think it's pretty good. No, Utena, I'm talking about the situation.
I know we've been talking about like a lot of the darker elements in the series, and like
the goofy elements,
the
totally
depth of the
balance it.
characters and such, but like there are enough like kind of light and funny episodes that you never feel like this is like a extremely dark series. The dialogue is so witty, the jokes are hilarious, and it's like you get to see like the lighter aspects and to the characters as well as the darker ones.
Oh yeah, most definitely. There's
The series is a roller coaster of feels.
oh, very much so.
But it's a roller coaster you enjoy.
I mean, going back for just a little bit, like you want like a weird roller coaster of feels. Fucking Ruka. And like his reveal after reveal after fucking reveal.
After reveal after reveal, because you're still seeing reveals about him even in the After the Revolution story, which is a manga that is set after the events of the series.
20 years later, and was written 20 years later.
It was done for the anniversary of the series. We haven't really mentioned much about it, but it should be surprise no one that there is also a manga for this series. And the manga, the anime, and the movie, and the manga of the movie are all slightly different. They tell the same story, but they tell it in different ways. And they actually really all complement each other. Different things are revealed. Some questions are answered in the manga that aren't really, they are alluded to in the series. And they all really complement each other. They're all worth reading. It's not like experiencing the same, the exact same notes over again. So definitely check out whatever you can get your paws on, because everything complements itself. And all together, like once you've seen the movie, you've read all the manga and seen the series, and then read After the Revolution, it becomes like such a deep and multi-layered story.
Oh, very much. Yeah, no. So, yeah, so, Akio, why don't we talk about the ending?
How he used to be a really, really, really good person and then became the exact opposite?
Yeah. How, he was actually Utena's prince?
And used to save everyone, even to his detriment.
Yeah. Also, his sister's a witch, just so you know, like, just because, Anthe wasn't already, like, special and weird on her own, right? She turned out to also be a fucking witch that's, like, thousands of years old, possibly. Yeah. Well, over hundreds of years old, at least. If I sound confused, it's because I am. Uh, this... Trying to articulate this whole fucking ending, because this was... Oh, God. Where do I begin?
So this is another one of kind of the deconstructions of the series, because it also kind of deconstructs some aspects of, like, you know, fairy tale ideals. Like you have the fairy tale prince who goes around saving princesses and, you know, basically being that great shiny superhero that helps everyone. But the series takes it to the extent of he was saving everyone. He was, you know, helping everyone. He was rescuing princesses left and right, and it was destroying him.
Yep.
But even though it was destroying him, he still wanted to help and save everyone.
So his sister interfered.
So to protect him, Anthe stopped it. She took, you know, in the Swords of Humanity's hatred, which makes more sense when you go back and watch it. You see how mean everyone is to Anthe. It's, you know, kind of part of the burden that she bears.
Yeah.
But she did it to rescue him.
It doesn't anger me any
to keep it from, like, destroying him, because Anthe has a big heart. She's not exactly innocent as far as, like, everything you see in the series. Terrible things happen to her that she doesn't deserve and you know, no one deserves.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, she basically created this situation with the duels and everything. And because Akio is no longer a prince, he's no longer what he was in any sense of the word. He's basically, by being caged up along with Anthe and everything, it basically changed him into, like, the exact opposite of what he used to be. But at the same time, you know, he's not, you know, destroying. She doesn't have to watch him completely destroy himself. Yeah, he just destroys everyone around him because he's now the exact opposite of what he was. Basically, like, think of, like, the shiniest paragon, like, you know, goody two-shoes, like, pure, you know, prince, and then going from, like, absolute purity all the way down into, like, the most despicable villain ever.
Fucking despicable, yeah. No. Oh, God.
And, like, so, like, both Anthe, Utena, everyone at the academy is, like, kind of trapped in this, like, the dueling cycle, because that is the cage that they live in. And that you see a lot of, like, bird cage imagery throughout the entire series.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of foreshadowing this. Like, the first time you see Anthe, she's in a greenhouse that looks exactly like a bird cage.
Yep. Oh, God. Yeah. No,
Akio is an amazing villain. Absolutely amazing. You will hate him, but you will also love to hate him.
Like,
because he's just that good of a villain.
This anime has officially cracked my top 10 favorite anime. He has also cracked my top 10 favorite villains from anime, because holy shit.
And his voice acting. Oh my god, his voice acting is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Well, and really, everything builds to this point. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that winds up being the crux of the entire series, and I'm gonna say it in as vague a way I can while being as plain and honest and transparent as it is. By the time you get to the Apocalypse Saga, the lesson of Utena by the end is you've watched these people try to save their school, try to save their loved ones, try to save, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the trueness of an ideal.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, the more and more all these characters live for other people, die for other people, constantly put their energy towards things outside of themselves, the more it destroys them.
Mm-hmm.
This is something that winds up happening not just to Aikyo leading up into all of this, but Anthe by creating the situation that everybody's put under. And essentially the ending lesson that you get from Utena is that you can't spend your entire life saving everyone else, but you can inspire others to save themselves. And that is like the paragon, the most true paragon-like thing you can do with your life. And when you realize that that is the crux of everything, it is both tremendously beautiful and tremendously sad.
Oh, very, yeah.
Yeah, you see a lot of that with Utena herself. I mean,
yes.
She inspires the people around her to be better and, you know, basically save themselves. But she also has to do that for herself at several times throughout the story, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like her second duel with Toga is at that point, she's fighting for herself and who she is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And again, at the very end, you see her fighting for who she is, and because at that point, like, her entire, you know, world has been shattered. And it's like that aspect of the story it's just so good.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah,
she stands up for, she stands up for people, but she doesn't fight in their place.
Yeah.
No, most definitely she does
She
not.
validates people, but she never makes excuses for people.
Mm-hmm.
When people get into a conflict with her, she doesn't call them evil, she just questions their logic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fuck, this happens in the very first episode when she literally shows up to school in a boy's uniform, and the first thing she gets is a nasty, you know, very boomer-like teacher up her ass. And she's like, you can't wear that, you blah, 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 blah. She's like, let's see, if I pull this out, it says that I must wear a school-administered uniform. I am wearing a school-administered uniform.
Yeah.
Well, like she even says, it's like, well, it's good enough for the boys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like it's good enough
like,
for the
and
boys.
this is like right. This is right after the teacher says what she's wearing is indecent.
Yes. And it's just like, well, it's good enough for the boys. I'm not showing off any weird bits. You know, I got it straight from the school. It's not like I made this myself.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she finds, and of course this teacher finds out at some point during the conversation that Utena refers to herself in the first person as Boku. Now, if you don't know anything about the Japanese language, there's different levels of like superior and inferior in the grammatics. And you have superior and inferior for male, and then you have superior and inferior for female, which just basically denotes one of two things. Either you're older than somebody, so you are their superior, or you have some higher stature in like the career field.
Mm-hmm.
This is referred to the idea of like kohai and senpai.
Yep.
And I love how in the Japanese, Utena refers to herself as Boku. She refers to herself in the subordinate male pronoun. And this drives the teacher up the freaking wall. Because she's like, and I love how she just goes, oh my god, that with the uniform, you got to be kidding me. She's like, what? I'm just doing what I feel suits me best.
Mm-hmm.
No one else seems to have a problem with it. What's your problem?
Yeah.
And then it turns out other people do have a problem with it later on, but that's a different story for another day.
Some of them do. But, like,
yeah.
But the ones that actually matter really don't. And they are jarred. Like, they are just, like, stunned and thrown off their game. Like I was when she's not wearing the uniform.
Yeah, and the thing is that I feel like that's one of the best things about Utena. You know, she was rescued by a prince, and she was so enamored by the prince. She doesn't just fall into the gender trap. She just goes, no, I don't want to be a princess. I want to be just like that guy. He's cool.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, I mean, I could wear this, but I just look better in this other uniform, you know? Like, oh, yeah, I could go by the, normal, pronoun. I mean, I wouldn't really have a problem with that, but I just feel, like, better when I refer to myself this way. And she's not pressuring anybody else to call her that. She just wants everybody to be okay with her own self-expression.
Yeah.
Now, however you decide to interpret this, I'm looking at you, queer fam. However you decide to interpret this is completely up to you, because when it comes right down to it, Utena doesn't give a shit what your interpretation of it is.
No.
Well, I mean, she also says herself, it's like, I might, dress like this, but other than that, I'm a totally normal girl.
Yeah.
I mean, she embraces, like, kind of, like, doing, like, all these kind of, like, traditionally masculine things, but that's not to say that she thinks anything, girly is weak either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because to her, that stuff is just as strong.
Yeah. Like, she often, like, looks at some of the stuff that Anthe does with, cooking and cleaning, and she's like, can I help? Ooh, show me how to do that. Oh, yeah, I could do that with you. Like, there's absolutely no apprehension towards either side of the spectrum.
Mm-mm.
It's just, I love her logic behind telling people off when it comes to it. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and insult you for the way you think, but I am going to put it right in your face what the hell I think and why you should probably stop caring so much. This is being a little obsessive, don't you think?
Yeah. Oh, God. So, the only other thing I could think of to talk about is just to give it a mention when it comes to the series is maybe talking about the curry episode. Oh, God.
So basically, in the curry episode, Utena and Anthe eat some curry, and they switch bodies. And so you get to see, basically, Anthe slap some sense into some mean girls, and you get to see, Anthe in Utena's body kind of get some peace and quiet for once.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, Nanami thinks that the whole thing was her fault and goes on this epic quest to find some more of that curry spice that she put in it to try and, help them switch back.
Yeah. Oh, my God, the elephants.
Yeah, this is the part in this series where Anthony is actually... This is that part in the series where Nanami's actually trying to be a better person.
Yeah.
She tries. We applaud her effort.
Yeah. And it turns out it was for nothing.
And
Yeah.
at the end, it turns out, after Nanami has gone through this entire quest and tried so hard to try and, correct the situation, it turns out it wasn't even her fault in the end. It was Anthe's cooking.
I just love the sweatshirt sandwich.
Yeah, I remember like your comments on this because the whole time like Ookami was watching this, he was sending Xeiren and I messages about what was going on, and then he's like, "Why are there elephants?" And it's just like, well, why wouldn't there be elephants?
Well, like the ones that broke me were the elephants, and then in like one of the previous episodes, the fucking kangaroo. Like.
But this is also the episode where we get to see Choo Choo and Sayonji switch bodies.
Yes! Yes! That was fantastic!
And so you get to see, like, Choo Choo in Sayonji's body up in a tree eating a banana going, chew, chew.
Yes! Masculine sounding chew.
First, though, tell me how you like this curry. It's a new discovery.
I am kinda hungry.
Wait a minute, that curry's a new invention.
And when you both woke up after the shock of the explosion, you were back to normal?
Exactly.
Wow, it's hard to believe.
What a pain the whole thing was. I never want to eat curry again. I agree. And besides that, yes? What do we do about him?
Chew. Choo choo. Chew.
And then you get to see, like, Sayonji in Choo Choo's body trying to stab people in the foot with a fork.
I swear to God, this episode only exists so that way we can actually buy the fact that Anthe is a witch later on.
Well, we do see her do other magic, not in front of the student council and stuff, like notably at the end of the Black Rose arc.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is just one of those really silly episodes that just makes you go, oh yeah, that's right, she does have magical powers. We established this. Okay, because if they didn't sprinkle in little things like that throughout the series, you would be at the end going, what the
literally
fuck?
did not even think about this episode in that context later on.
Well,
it didn't pop into my head at all.
Well, we do see her do other magic before this, too. Like, yeah. I mean, it's not really normal for swords to come out of people's chests. So,
For her to just disappear out of her fucking clothing?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I think it's the most traditional. Yes, it was Anthony's cooking that caused the thing. Because otherwise, a lot of the magical stuff that she does can kind of be waved away as surrealism or symbolism. In the cases, I just remember going when I watched this the first time. I was like, "Oh wait, yeah, she did. She did actually do a legit spell by switching bodies around." I guess she is a witch.
Well, it's also kind of like one of those like breather episodes where it's some heavy stuff has happened beforehand because Sayonji's running around, and it's just kind of a light, funny episode. But it's also one of those episodes where you get to see like the friendship between the characters, and like you really kind of start to believe at this point that because the writing's just that good that they are friends. They actually do care about each other. And I mean, that's kind of like one of the things that I don't think we've really talked about enough in this is you really do kind of the friendships in this series are just so well portrayed.
Oh, definitely.
It's like the friendship between like Mickey and Juri, and like the friendship between Mickey and Utena, or like Wakaba and Utena. It's they actually do the main cast really well, aside from the villains, really do feel like a friend group.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the part where I'm going to say, guys, we've been talking about this for a hot minute, and I've put to a vote right now that if we ever want to talk about the movie or the soundtrack in depth, that those be special episodes.
Damn it! I really want to get into the movie.
There's too much to talk about with everything.
Because if we get into the movie, we're gonna go for another hour, and we won't even have a time to talk about music.
Well, I mean, that's part of the thing. This series is meant to be talked about because everybody picks up on different things, and that's kind of what makes it so much fun to come back to this series, introduce people to it, and just because it's a series you can discuss and go on and on and on and on about at length, as I'm sure all our listeners can, verify right now.
Yeah.
This is kind of a long episode and is only still going, and we haven't even run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, no, I was really hoping we'd be able to talk about the movie, but I agree. We should save that as its own episode. And hell, we should even save, talking about the soundtrack for, another, music and anime episode.
Mm-hmm.
And just make it its own episode.
Get us started if we all and don't even get me started if all of us actually do wind up buying all the manga, just like Ookami did, and then wind up reading all the manga. Because then you might get a special manga episode.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we could totally do. Let's cover everything that every media that this series has ever been in. Maybe we'll even talk about the Sega Saturn game at some point.
Oh, I already planned that. Yeah. No, I wanted to do a riff on it or something. That's gonna happen.
If you guys haven't, go and watch the opening sequence to the Sega Saturn game, because oh my god, it is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
So I'll say this: at least the review of the movie and the review of the soundtrack, I will actually tentatively say probably expect those later this year.
Yeah,
we will do that, definitely.
Let 2021 be the year of Utena.
I agree. No, a lot of people are even saying do it that way. There a lot of people talking about it now, reviewing it, doing all sorts of shit.
It'll be like Higurashi, but Utena.
I'm okay with that. I need a break.
Endless Utena.
Yeah, no.
I just want to mention before we wrap things up that yes, you can find the original 39 episodes on YouTube, both in sub and dub.
Yes.
You can also find the film. Definitely in dub. I have not been able to find a sub copy yet on YouTube. Just because this series is so hard to find, it is nice that I believe it is either one of the series' former distributors or its current distributor that has it online. Now, granted, it's not the super pretty HD version like you get with Blu-ray or anything like that.
Right Stuff Anime owns it.
Mm-hmm.
They've owned it since 2010, I believe.
Yeah, you can find Blu-ray versions out there. And there's also some very beautiful DVD box sets that you can still find. And I believe I don't know if they still have it, but Hulu actually had Utena as one of the streaming series for a while.
They might. Honestly, before we leave, I will say this. Two things. One, my Blu-ray sets are in sub and dub.
Yeah.
So I can go back, re-experience this all in sub, including the movie, because it came with the movie. So, I might just do that. Pray for me, people. The other thing I will say, since we're not going to talk about the movie here, I will say this. I may or may not have, it's still up in the air, but I am thoroughly trying to convince my mother to watch 2 anime films with me for my birthday. I want her to watch Paprika because she liked Inception, and I'm like, you want to see what really actually inspired Inception, despite what Christopher Nolan keeps trying to deny? So that and Adolescence of Utena.
Going for the 1-2 punch there.
Yes, I am.
But one thing we should discuss a little bit before we wrap things up here, I realized that we have neglected to talk about one of the central relationships in the whole Utena series, and that is Anthy and Utena.
Yeah, no, how'd we go this long without talking about that? That is central, like completely central. I mean, hell, the fucking after the revolution, while it centers on the other characters, which actually, I don't know. I think we could talk about that just a little bit, because it definitely caps off the main story.
It does. After the revolution, basically is several short stories about the various members of the student council, and it basically shows like what they've done with their life. We get to know that Toga is still a scumbag, and somehow Sayonji has become a little bit better. To the point where he actually calls out Toga for being a scumbag. And you get to see like Juri finally break free of Shiori.
Yeah. Oh, can we actually say real quick just how he calls Toga out? Because, oh my god, I could not believe Toga was actually trying to defend that.
Let's save that for people to experience.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just say, if this series wasn't already touching upon taboos before, oh my god. Like, holy
touching
shit.
taboos, this series is just kind of like rolling around all over them.
Yeah.
But,
no, this was...
yeah.
and
oh
god, that thought, like, yeah, rolling around all over them with that context.
Anyways, and then you actually get to see like Miki and Kozue kind of reconcile and kind of repair their relationship. But you also get to see Utena actually reconnect with Anthy, and which kind of it hits you right in the feels.
Now I haven't read this yet, but basically what you're describing to me is Utena high school reunion.
Basically,
yes.
that's
yes.
exactly what it is.
Exactly that.
And the central.
There's even a high school reunion in the manga.
Literally a reunion, and yeah, basically Utena has now become the prince. I wouldn't say she's become the Rose Bride. Utena has become that prince that you always see falling. Like, Utena is now the one, and she shows up. Because at this point, and yeah, we kind of talked about it at the end, but she is now been forgotten by everyone.
I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up.
I won't say why, and I won't say the how, just that, yeah, she shows up, and she's actually helping them remember shit. That's what happens here. She's actually helping them remember and, like, come full circle.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, because, that's why I had to bring it up.
Like, the spell being broken at the end had some very unique effects on everyone.
Yeah. Some of them may have gone deeper, is what happened.
They got deeper.
Yeah. So, yeah, after Revolution, fantastic. The relationship between those two is just beautiful. Like, I know throughout the whole anime at the beginning, she's not that... Utena is not exactly that open to the idea of being with Anthy. Because she's like, no, I want my prince. But, like, doesn't take her very long to change her tune.
Well, part of it is because you get to see the friendship between Anthy and Utena from the very beginning, where they're just together, because of circumstance, and they're just together because Utena can't stand to see Anthy stuck in, the role of the Rose Bride and basically being like a soulless puppet.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to see them basically bring out the best in each other. And so it's like, if nothing else, you kind of believe in that like strong friendship between them.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as the series goes on, you get to kind of see that really strong friendship, and they actually, seem like they enjoy being around each other. They actually want to be with each other. Then you get to see that turn into a relationship.
Yeah. And guys, I can't like emphasize this enough. This series is beautiful. Not only just
Yeah, we
artwork-wise-
didn't even gush about the art.
Yeah, like real quick, let's the art.
This series has style for days. Like
style for days. Like fucking the art, all hand drawn, by the way. Like
the art is beautiful. The manga is beautiful. The art books are absolutely beautiful.
The way it handles, and then just in like the metaphysical, like the way it handles the relationships, the relationship between Utena and Anthe, beautiful, all of it. This series is beauty like personified. It is gorgeous, but it definitely has a dark undertone to it. Like most beautiful things tend to.
Well, yeah,
like
it
a
takes,
rose,
like,
for example.
Well, I mean, the roses are symbols all over the place in this.
So yeah, they're
absolutely,
beauty
like
up front, but they have their thorns.
And sometimes bees.
My God, yes.
I was just gonna make a bad joke about hair metal, but then bees. Anyway, and on that note,
yeah, so wrapping up, Xeiren, where can people find you?
you can find me over on TikTok and Twitter and YouTube under my name, Xeiren, that spells Xeiren. You can also find me on Mondays hanging out with our other co-star, Varren Kimbold, on his Twitch channel. Everything for him is Varren Kimbold, so if you can find his Twitch channel, you can find him.
Pretty concise, pretty straightforward. Grave, where's the turtle today?
I'm making shadow plays.
Oh my God, we didn't even talk about the Shadow Girls. That's not fair.
Did you know? Did you know?
Did you know? Have you heard the news?
Have you heard the news?
Don't worry, we'll talk about them when we talk about the movie.
Yes. Oh, yeah, because they play much a central role.
Can you tell I'm hooking him for other episodes?
Oh yeah, no, guys, we have legitimately just set ourselves up 2 more future episodes. Like we literally just like streamlined a little bit of our future schedule here. It's gonna happen. And of course, you can find me here on Podbean with the Wolf's Den podcast. Come for the anime, stay for the horror. You can also find me over on Twitch sometimes, Tentold Ookami. I swear, one of these days I'm gonna get over my current fear of, the government. Fucking with me and not being able to, stream. But you can also find me over on Twitter as Tentold Ookami, TenTailed, That's my name. Don't wear it out. And
actually, please do wear it out.
Please
that
do.
means you're talking about us.
Please do. It's just it rolls off the tongue so easily to say it that way. It's like a sales pitch. I love it.
That's his name. Please wear it out.
Yeah. And
it's funny because the way he says it, all I can ever think is call 1-800-GENERAL-NOW.
Oh my God. And of course, you can find me. You can find us also over on Patreon with the Wolf's Den podcast. Be sure to check us out there. This episode will definitely be going up early, among other episodes coming out. You can see them at least a week, if not sometimes a month prior to when they will release to Podbean. You can also find exclusive episodes over there. In fact, right now, currently, there are at least, I think, 2 exclusive videos, an exclusive episode of Late to the Murder Party, a exclusive Patreon exclusive video, and a bunch of other Patreon exclusives, like behind the scenes and stuff like that. And until next time, folks, keep watching anime, keep watching whatever the fuck you want to classify Revolutionary Girl Utena as.
Life.
Yeah.
And the meaning thereof.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Good night, everybody.
For the revolution of the world! Smash the world shell.
Smash it!
Giggity.
God damn it.
Please tell me you got that.
That's right, it's a brand new Anna Monday, and welcome back to, I guess this is now part 2 of the Utena Retrospective. With me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
The equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
And yeah, today we are covering the manga. Because we started with the anime. We're holding off on the movie because somebody else wants to join for that. So we're waiting. But we decided to dive right into the manga, and oh god, I read this entire thing in about, like, over the course of a couple of hours throughout 2 days. Like, I binge read the shit out of this, and it's so good.
And for those of you worried about Okami's health, it's a shorter manga.
It was literally
it's not like one of, like, the hundreds of volumes.
Yeah, no, it was only like 5 volumes, like, when it was released. And then they compiled it all into 2, like, super volumes.
2 omnibuses.
Yeah, two omnibuses, which come with all the extras, including the adaptation of the movie, which in its own right is a completely different beast.
Yeah, this is one of those things where I had to look into the production schedule for this freaking monstrosity of a series, because, like, the freaking manga, the original 5 manga volumes, like, those were being written at the same time the first season of the show was being produced. Mm-hmm. And, like, Chiho and B-Papas were working on the story simultaneously for both parts. Then all of this manga ends. They continue on with the anime because they're like, doing this simultaneous run is just, it's too much. It's too much for everybody. Everybody's dying. And if you know anything about Japanese work schedules, trust me, there were more blisters than you could account for on the human bodies that were trying to make both of these at the same time. So it's like, you know, they go in and they actually start doing the animation for the Black Rose arc, and then it's like people who thought they thought they knew the true ending because of the manga get a completely different ending because of the anime. And then, weirdly enough, when they go to do the movie, they're like, yeah, the movie's going to be its own standalone thing. And then they're like, yeah, but we kind of want to do a manga of that after. So it's like, usually it goes manga, anime, manga, movie, manga. Yeah, there's a very easy pattern to follow. Oh, not with Revolutionary Girl Utena. No way. These adaptations build off of each other in such a weird schedule. So if it ever sounds like it makes no sense what we're talking about, because that's not how the industry works, trust me, the people creating this apparently also did not give a flying fuck how the industry works.
No. Not at all.
Because of the way that this was made, where everything the manga and the anime were being made at the same time, they're both different, but they're different, but they're similar, and they complement each other in a way that you don't usually see with, you know, these kinds of stories. Because, like, some questions that are raised in the anime are answered in the manga, and vice versa, when normally, you know, one is very clearly an adaptation of the other. In this, like, they're both alike and different at the same time, but they both feel like Utena.
Well,
and even like with, like, the movie and the manga of the movie in comparison to the series, they all feel like the same series, and the quality is very even across the board.
Well, I've noticed there is key points to make it an Utena story. There are key points that have to happen each time. One, some event has to happen to make Utena want to be a prince. She has
Usually this is shit tons of grief and abuse.
Yeah. She has to also have, like, priorly actually known Toga in some way. She has to somehow end up at that school, run into Anthe, and on top of that, Akio has to always be an asshole in some capacity.
Well, to be fair, Saionji is always there and always an asshole, too. So.
Oh, yeah, Saionji does not change. Saionji is always an asshole.
Well, it's so funny because it's like, and this is going to sound kind of stupid, I won't lie, but let me have my little queer moment here. So okay. I think I finally figured it out. So Akio is essentially society. Yeah. Utena and Toga are bisexual.
Yeah.
But Anthe and Saionji are relative to the other, are their gay counterparts.
Yeah.
So
I could totally see that. Like, yeah.
Because when you really think about it, it's like, oh, when Saionji and Anthe are trying to be together, it's like the more toxic version of Utena and Toga trying to be together. It was one of those things where I'm just like, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the only straight in the entire series is Miki, and that's questionable.
And that is very questionable. There are moments I've noticed, like,
And to be fair, that man's got way bigger problems than the rest of the cast.
He really does.
Because, oh Lord, they dig into that shit way deeper in the books than they do in the series. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Mickey's also the youngest one. He has time to figure things out.
Well, yeah, he's a child prodigy, so...
Oh, but when we talk about after the revolution, that last third kind of fucked me up a little bit.
Oh, God, but it's so good. Like... Oh my God, yeah, but we'll finally get to really talk in detail about After the Revolution, and, like, really go into detail of, like, Toga, I'm supposed to hate Saionji, like, outright. Don't make me question that.
To be fair, I feel like when it comes to the manga, we should probably talk about some key things we enjoyed and what some key differences are, but when it comes to After the Revolution, we should probably give a bit of a spoiler warning.
Yeah.
Because I know we're not going to be spoiler heavy with the main manga.
No. Although, one spoiler I'll say going forward. No Nanami! Thank you! Fucking thank you! She's relegated to an offhanded comment!
I really don't consider that a spoiler. It's more like
it's a peace of mind for me.
They hadn't really fully developed her yet in their character profile sheets, had they? Like, obviously they knew they wanted her to exist.
Yeah.
But she's such a key part of the main TV series down the line that it just makes me feel like, oh man, they hadn't quite finished her character sheet.
Well, I mean, since this is being made at the same time as season 1, and Nanami doesn't play as big of a role in season 1 as she does down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And when it comes to the manga, they streamlined the story a lot more, so you don't have as many of, like, the random hilarious Nanami episodes happening in the manga.
Yeah, no. I mean, you still had some of the ones that she was involved in, like,
well,
but
I mean,
they're side stories.
Yeah, there's the side story of, like, the curry episode where people,
I love it.
With personalities. But the manga version is very choo-choo centric, which makes things just as hilarious.
Oh,
especially like when Choo-Choo was bargaining with Saionji for the curry.
And I think it's because of the way Choo-Choo was drawn, but I gotta say, when he first popped up in the manga, my immediate, like, response to that was I legitimately, like, because I'm sitting there, like, on my bed reading it, and I, like, legitimately, like, pushed myself slightly further away from the page, because I was like, whoa, why is Choo-Choo buff?
Why wouldn't Choo-Choo be buff?
Like, why is there a buff monkey in front of me?
Why wouldn't there be a buff monkey in the manga?
But then I like quickly got over it. But like, oh, Choo-Choo's awesome. Choo-Choo's fucking awesome. And like, oh my god, the curry episode, like the curry. Yeah, I still refer to even that story as the curry episode. Is great here. Like any of the side stories with Choo-Choo, like the fucking 3 Wishes one. Oh my god. I could not. I just oh I loved this. I love this so much, guys. Like thank you. Thank you for introducing me to this series. Like making sure I really got into it.
It's okay, it's just a part of our malware.
Basically, at this point, yeah.
Just wait until we bring up some of our other favorite series to you.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm looking at you, Tactics.
That sounds familiar.
Don't worry, you can look it up later.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh god, but yeah, no, this is really, really good.
I enjoyed this more simplistic telling of the story in the manga for one major reason.
Mm-hmm.
And that is, like, the animation in Utena, for it being released in, what was it, 97, 98?
98, yeah.
Was really, really good
mm-hmm.
for TV animation at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you consider that Sailor Moon had only come out on television like a few years earlier,
mm-hmm.
just the while the style may be vastly different in like silhouette and everything, even the Utena TV series with the very minimal budget it had was able to get a lot more use out of its visuals and its fluidity. But
mm-hmm.
the problem with all of that is, yeah, very minimal budget. They did give it time to shine. But it does not compare to the actual elegance of the art of the manga.
Oh,
holy shit.
Oh my god, yeah.
Like, you can totally see how they were trying with the very, very small budget they had to make the show, especially since they were making the show literally 3 times longer than the manga series was. Like, you see, like, they tried to be as faithful to that art style as possible, but it doesn't hold a candle to it. Just every time I was flipping a page in the manga, it didn't matter if it was a very simple panel or a very detailed panel. Just, if you want to gush over Utena while simultaneously gushing over very, very soft, refined, artistic, if all the triangles of the anime drive you insane, because good God, I swear everybody looks like triangles walking on chopsticks. I hate to be an asshole about it, but yeah, everybody looks like triangles walking on fucking chopsticks. And especially in that little part of the opening when they're doing all the people in silhouette, it suddenly becomes very clear to you, I think they had a character model to streamline things out for the animators.
Yeah.
But the manga's art style is way more refined, and honestly, you could take just about any panel from any of the manga volumes, whether that be Adolescence, After Revolution, or just the core manga. You could turn it into a poster easily.
Yeah, the art is so beautiful, and the amount of expression in each character's face, and especially their eyes. Like, there's points in the manga where it's like the other characters are, going back and forth, and you can see like exactly what Anthe thinks about what's currently going on. You can read a lot more in her face and know exactly how she feels about everyone and everything that's going on, and exactly like when she's pulling a fake face because it looks fake, her expression.
Yeah.
Yeah, where the animation leaves it more up to your own discernment, the manga's way more transparent about it. And I don't know if that was done intentionally from the creators, but at the very least, manga as a medium allowed Anthony's character to be more open and transparent. Sorry, Anthony. I keep saying Anthony, don't I?
Yes, you do.
I'm sorry. Oh, could you imagine if they had made Akio Anthony, and then you had Anthony and Anthe? Just how absolutely, like, messed up your brain would be.
That sounds like something that they would have done when they were still changing everyone's names.
Oh my god,
Oh,
no.
God. I mean, I don't know, like, yeah, you keep seeing, it's Anthe, and you keep saying Anthony, and the only thing going through my head is like, well, I mean, Rule 63 exists for a reason, but...
Yes, well, I mean, if anybody wants to draw me an Anthony and have it not be Akio, I mean, I'd be willing to see this interpretation of this male Anthe that keeps coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, which for our audience, real quick, I have actually had to explain to a lot of people. So many people know what Rule 34 is, but I have had to explain to a lot of people what Rule 63 is. So, for those who are unaware, just real quick, Rule 63 of the internet, because yes, there are internet rules. Of course there are. Well, everybody knows Rule 34, porn. If it exists, there is porn of it. Rule 63 is for every female character, there does exist an alternate male type, or male version of them, and vice versa.
Yeah.
And I am in love with that rule, and I don't know why.
Because gender bending opens everything up to, like, more people.
Yeah.
Like, some of my favorite cosplayers on TikTok strictly do gender bent cosplays. Like, a buddy of mine does she does a gender bent version of Big Daddy from The Princess and the Frog, and it's just absolutely adorable because she wears this double-breasted suit with like the Southern gentleman box coat, and she instead of having like the mustache, she's got like a little pearl barrette in her hair. She's like, "Evening, Eudora." it's the fucking funniest thing. And it's so cute because it's just like, it just shows that, you know, styles and aesthetics can, you know, transcend gender. I think that's why a lot of people love Rule 63, even if they don't know it's Rule 63.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that I don't know why I love it, because, I mean, we all know my origin in fan fiction, so it's all over the place there. That's probably why I first actually discovered that freaking rule. So,
yeah. We were actually discussing this right before the podcast, and, you know, grow back before I kept making my silly mistakes. That it's kind of crazy that we didn't foresee this coming, because it's like, as Ookami pointed out to me, you have the anime that has its own ending. You have the film, which has its own ending. You have the core manga series, which has its own ending. And then you have the manga adaptation of the film, which also has its own ending.
It's really not as complicated as she's making it sound.
No,
because they're all very thematically similar.
Oh,
no, they're all very thematically similar. But it was just when he told me that there was 4 retellings of the same story, and I just went, "Ah, shit, you're right."
Yeah.
And I thought that was. And then when you consider the after the Revolution manga, that's kind of like an epilogue. I don't really consider that a retelling, but it's just like you have, you know, it's kind of like X in that way, where they had the 3 different mediums and they gave it 3 different endings, or at least we assume 3 different endings at this point. And
yeah, is that ever going to be finished?
Who knows? I don't think Clamp gives a shit enough anymore to actually end the X manga.
Oh god.
But yeah, whereas
we actually need to continue our dive into that eventually.
Whereas I feel like X definitely, it sticks to the same core characters, but I feel like they're different stories.
Mm-hmm.
Utena is essentially telling the same story, but from 4 different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
It's the difference between, here, we're going to put the same characters through 3 different scenarios, versus we're going to put all these characters through the same story, but then we're going to ask 4 different perspectives or personalities what they remember. Which is why I love how, like, Graveturtle brought it up, like, certain parts fill in holes from each part. And so, unfortunately, this means that one of the most hard to, like, collect series on the freaking planet, as far as anime is concerned, you will only know the whole story if you collect it all.
Which I have.
Which Ookami and I have now learned is expensive as fuck.
Yes, it is. Oh my god. I don't even know if I actually said in the anime episode, but I dropped well over $100 to get the entire fucking Blu-ray set. It's like, I had to get it in separate volumes, and, like, I think it was set 3 legitimately cost me $50 on its own. Dude, and then that doesn't even count the fact that I've been collecting the manga. I've been collecting some other shit. I'm looking at eventually, possibly, maybe, if money drops right, and not out of regular checks, to go ahead and pick up, the actual soundtrack physically. That's gonna cost me over $200 on its own. But I'm insane that way.
You want the mega box set, though. That thing is insane.
Oh, yeah, that's what I want, because I want that art book. I want all those beautiful discs. I want the whole... I want it.
Basically, what we're saying, people, is if you like pretty things, be prepared to pay.
But if you just want to watch it and experience, or, you know, just want to experience the story, the omnibus for the manga is... you know, actually really reasonably priced, and there are streaming services that have the anime on it. So don't let the price tag, you know, put you off of experiencing the story. You don't have to be crazy collectors like us.
Yeah, no, I'm insane.
Well, the thing that's so cool is that Nozomi, the original distributors for it, just decided to put the entire series and the film up on YouTube for free. It's completely free.
Yes, the whole thing is up there. Like, yeah, granted, it's not like the high definition version, but it's there. It's watchable. It's awesome.
It's about as high def as it gets for streaming.
Don't sue me, but it's where I got some of the clips for the for when we covered the anime.
I mean, I have not seen the Blu-rays of it yet, but I highly doubt the Blu-ray is any crisper than what the original distributors have.
Oh.
But
no, I have to counter that.
Again, I haven't seen it. My imagination just goes, it's probably comparable.
Oh, it's gorgeous. I watched it all on Blu-ray, and it's well worth it if you have the money, but otherwise, watch this on YouTube. And I have to, go ahead.
When it comes to the manga, though, if you want the omnibuses, which actually does include, as I found out very late in the game,
yes,
it actually does include the Adolescence of Utena manga in the back.
Yes,
it's two hardbacks for around $50 on Amazon, and to get the epilogue manga for the original series, which is After the Revolution, which was the 20th anniversary volume, that story that Chiho wanted to tell, that was $12. So in the case of collecting the entirety of the manga, doing it issue by issue, gonna be expensive as fuck, let me tell you.
Yeah.
But if you go with the omnibuses plus the extra volume for the epilogue, you're looking at less than $70. And if you know anything about manga prices, you know that's dirt cheap.
Oh, yeah.
And the hardbacks are absolutely gorgeous. They have all sorts of
They
full
have
color
art in it from the whole series.
And it even
absolutely gorgeous. And it comes with a nice box.
It comes in a nice box. It comes with a very beautiful poster of two gorgeous lesbians that is now framed above my fucking television. So...
Oh, mine's over my desk.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so, like, every time, like, I look over, it's like, it's right there. Yeah, no, definitely check this out, and on top of that, yeah, no, you brought that up. Yeah, you've kind of, you didn't realize it either, but I ended up, not only did I not realize it, I fell for this twice when it came to getting a hold of both the movie and the adaptation of the movie, that I bought it fucking twice.
Well, that's because for some reason when you get Utena stuff, you tend to get bonuses in it.
Yeah, I had no idea that the Blu-ray set came with the movie, but I also bought it separately on DVD, which I don't regret, because that DVD itself is a fucking time capsule. It's gorgeous, and I love it.
Well, and it has all the freaking extras and the interviews and all that stuff, which I'm sure the Blu-ray copy that came with that set does not.
I think it comes with a commentary. I don't remember. It doesn't have, like, everything.
To bring things back to the manga, since we've gotten sidetracked.
Yeah, well, the manga, yeah, I bought the fucking manga twice!
Yeah, I wind up buying the Adolescence of Utena manga twice on accident.
Yeah.
Which I find hilarious.
Yeah.
And I spent $50 on the separate.
Because, I had picked up the box set because I'm like, this will fill in, like, some of the gaps I have. It's nice and it's gorgeous, and I couldn't resist. And discovered that it had it in the back, and I told them, and then there was much crying. But anyways, to bring things back to what actually happens in the manga, like, there are actually some kind of, after you've read the whole thing and then you go back and read it again, there's some actually kind of funny visual gags that you catch the second time around. Like, in both the anime and the manga, Toga goes and pulls his, maybe I'm really your Prince Utena, tactic to beat her in the duel. And in the manga, Toga goes, he really upped his production on, with pretending to be the prince.
Oh, yeah.
Even with, like, his, like, little secret bat cave back there with, like, here's the wheel of the duels, and they must happen on the schedule. And
yeah.
And, like, while he's doing that, he's wearing a shirt that says The Wizard of Oz on it.
I saw that! Yeah!
And, like, Utena and Nikki found this, this little back room when they were, like, investigating Toga's room, looking for evidence of, like, what was going on, because Toga clearly knew more than what was going on. They had this moment of, like, oh, shoot, he's home! And they go to basically throw themselves into a closet to hide. They end up falling down the stairs.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Wizard of Oz shirt is just like, Toga, you're trying to pretend to be the man behind the curtain. You are not the man behind the curtain.
No.
You are the curtain.
Yeah.
I mean, quite literally.
Yeah.
He's literally the thing Aikio's hiding behind.
Yep. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Before we get deeper into this manga, I will have to say, spoiler warning. If you like the anime, or if you like the anime, you'll definitely like the manga. If you like the manga, possibly vice versa. If everything we have said has intrigued you, stop and go get a hold of this manga. Read it for yourself, and then come back. Because, yeah, this is your spoiler warning. There is some major key differences between this and the anime, though. Not just filler-wise, either, which very much lacking filler. I have to say, I liked when Toga did lose in this, and legitimately just became, like, her basically, like, butler.
Well, I mean, he did have ulterior motives, as, like, him just walking around the dorm in nothing but a towel should tell everyone.
Oh, yeah! Don't be so surprised. You'll get to see this more often now that I'm saying here. What?
Well, like, also, kind of, another key difference would be, like, how Mickey ended up getting into the duels. And I have to say, though, it was really hilarious when, like, Utena, was first meeting Mickey, and Mickey's like, oh, no, I think these duels are terrible. And she's like, you're not crazy!
You're not crazy! We could be friends. Yeah, that was great. Oh, God.
Also, we are not exaggerating there. She literally says, you're not crazy.
Yeah, no, you're not crazy. We can actually be friends. She actually says those lines. Or, like, he tries to, like, go on further, and she's like, no, we're friends now. It's like, yeah. Okay.
You are going to be my anchor of sanity.
Yeah.
What's going on?
And it's like, even after, like, Toga's like, no, Mickey, you must duel. And Mickey's like, screw that, I ain't dueling.
Yeah.
And he eventually is forced into dueling because they literally kidnap Kazooie.
Yeah. Yeah, Kazooie is like, oh my god. Okay. I gotta say, a difference between the anime and the manga, I actually really feel more for her in the manga than I do the anime. Just saying. I really, she has, like, my sympathies, I guess, is the best way to put it. Especially once we get more of that backstory.
Yeah. Well, it also comes back to that art style thing. Like, everyone's so much more expressive.
Yeah.
Like, in the anime, she kind of comes off like about as much of an airhead as Usagi.
Yeah.
In Sailor Moon. But she's less annoying about it.
Yeah, who's, like, jumping from man to man. Like...
So it's like it's weird. She's kind of like the charming airhead jock in a lot of ways in the anime, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's never played for laughs. If anything, it's done to show like, yeah, no, she doesn't have to be like super smart to be caught up in all this complicated nonsense. In fact, if anything else, the other characters are way over intellectualizing it.
Yeah.
But in the manga, and like, not only is she like way more aware of just how batshit all this is, but she also, because of the more delicate, like, drawings and stuff in the manga, you can't help but feel for her just a little bit more, because you're just like, oh god, all that emotion written all over her face.
Yeah. Yeah, oh god, and yeah, when she gets caught in the middle, and she's actually, like, legitimately a reason for him to duel Utena. Like...
And then when you find out that, like, Anthe was the one who kidnapped her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That reveal. Like, whoa, wait, what? And, like...
Yeah, Anthe, you get to see a lot more of the things that she does in, like, service to, like, the world's end. And there's also times where, like, she definitely talks like she's a lot older than she looks.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Like she'll like refer to like different like time period ages.
Mm-hmm.
And and you also, the manga really plays up the, like, Otori Academy is a different world.
Yes.
It's isolated from the outside. Because you'll get all sorts of different characters talking about, like, oh, it'd be nice to someday go outside. Or to see the world beyond, to enter a different world.
Mm-hmm.
And you really get that sense that everyone is trapped there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like its own little pocket dimension.
Oh, yeah. And, like, when we get to it, we'll talk a little more about the adaptation of the movie, because it really fucking spells it out there.
Well, yeah, in all the all the versions of Utena, there's like there's lots of themes of like personal revolution, like coming to understand who you really are and growing as a person. But there's also a lot of themes of like overcoming tragedy, overcoming your past, and also there's a lot of themes of grief and death and tombs. Tombs is another big imagery that is in all the series. Like the movie really plays up the grief, death, and tomb themes, but the manga, I think, would become right up behind it in like themes of like grief and tomb imagery. Especially like when anyone's talking about the school and its grounds itself. There's a lot of like especially at the end, they even like compare it to a mausoleum.
Yep.
And then suddenly the entire school being made of white stone feels a bit eerie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they're... Oh...
And then the whole chick speech takes on the new meaning.
Yes, and they do have it here. It is actually in the manga. But, oh, God, finally getting some detail and, like, full-on explanation of what that meant. Oh, it was chilling.
Well, yeah, especially, like, because the chick speech is a little bit longer in the manga, and they can, be like, you'll die without ever even knowing you were a bird.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God.
And then, like, everybody's, like, desperation to get out only takes, a different meaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you hear that, everybody who never grew past themselves since high school?
You died young.
You not only peaked early, you never knew you were truly a chicken.
Yeah. And we will talk more about, like, we're gonna skim some of this, like, but we will talk more about, like, the full-on themes that this series covers in a later episode.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we had an entire epilogue episode at this point. Still, I can't fucking fathom for the life of me why we didn't realize.
We literally are going to, but yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know why we didn't realize we were going to need to do this in parts. The fact that we tried to smoosh this all into one episode is still batty to me.
Yeah, that would have been, like, that would have actually probably pushed past the length of that special I did on the 3 Captain America movies with Pass, because, yeah, that's 4 hours, and I know we would have gone over that. We could go on about this for days. Like, it's that good, it's that, like, deep, it's got that much going on in it. But to, like, shorten some of this, I will say, yeah, as we move through the manga, I guess we should just, go ahead and start to move further through it. When she first loses to Toga, the whole, like, her questioning herself, deciding, like, suddenly, like, oh, I'm just starting to, like, dress like a girl, and, like, being so fucking dead to the world, is... Okay, in the anime, it drove me nuts when that happened. I was angry because I was so... Like, I wanted her to go back to the way she was, because I'm like, no, this is not who you are. Like, I was driven nuts, like, just like, what's her name, Wakaba?
Yeah, Wakaba.
Yeah, no, I was, like, screaming at her just like Wakaba was. When I was reading it, no joke, I legitimately was shedding a few tears, because that was heart-wrenching to see. He's like, no, I've just seen you. That's just like a really strong character, and then this happens. And I was like, that was terrible. That was just really fucking terrible.
Let's just say thank goodness for Wakaba.
Oh yeah,
Because
yeah, she knocked some sense into her.
it's like I love manga Wakaba because she's like the friend that everyone needs, and it's in so many other series, like where you have, you know, quote, strong female characters, they're always isolated. And you don't get to see those kinds of characters have really good best friends who knock sense into them and are there for them.
And the fact that Wakaba is such a feminine presence. And yet she's like, no, fuck what everyone else has to say about it. You be you, goddammit.
Yeah.
And she never treats Utena as less of a woman because of it.
Yeah, no,
Also,
she constantly proclaims to be her. She's like, I will be your wife now. And then it's like, you are my woman. And it's like, Wakaba, I love you, but I already know how this ends.
When like Wakaba points out like how Utena and Anthony are like a married couple, and then she's like, "That's it, I will be the mistress."
Yeah. Oh my God, she fucking considers herself
Oh
a
come on,
mistress.
Wakaba's known from day one she's fucking training wheels.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Oh my God, I do like how like in the manga version, like it's dragged out in the anime, but when it comes to the manga, like we find out pretty quickly. Okay, we establish she has a crush on Seonji, and then very quickly gets over it in the manga after she sees what type of person he is. That was refreshing. That was very fucking refreshing. And not having to see it dragged out like it was in the anime, and it went into like fucking season 3 before she finally started to realize, oh yeah, Seoji's an asshole.
Yeah, she's more like, woo, dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, basically it's like, oh, nope, okay, back to fawning over my Utena. What do you mean I'm heavy? Shut up. Oh God.
It's also like fun to see how good of an influence Wakaba is on Anthe as well.
Oh God, yeah. No, there is definitely like she helps bring Anthe a little more out of her shell. Like Utena did most of the heavy lifting there, but like even in one case where she decides, oh well, this is what friends do, right? Jumps on her back. No. I mean, yes? God, you're heavy too. Oh, there's a lot of cute moments like that in this series. Like, where do I begin with some of that? I'm lost for words. This series was just so good. I know we gloss over, like, we definitely, like, moving on further, like, we definitely gloss over, the fact that Akio even has a fucking fiancé. They actually do! They legitimately gloss over her by saying, it's like, yeah, well, like, are you hitting on my brother? No. He has a fiancé, why would I want to be, I wouldn't try to be with him. well, yes, but his fiancée has been ill for a while, and so we don't see her very often. It's like, actually, no, I didn't see her at all, did I? Like, that was a nice little explanation there, I guess. As opposed to us seeing, actually, I don't know. Guys, I gotta ask. Which version of Akio do you think is more despicable between, like, the main anime and the main manga?
Anime.
Yeah.
He had more time to do stuff in the anime.
Yeah. Although, I mean, the fact that, like, he legitimately, when he gets defied once, decides to set Wakama's, like, room on fire. That was pretty fucked up, actually. To, like, drive home the fact of, like, yes, I can, no, anybody who's close to you is not out of my reach.
There's more rape in the anime.
Oh god, yeah, there's far more.
I have to choose between, like, if there's only 2 men left in the world for me to deal with, and I have to deal with either the rapist or the arsonist, I mean, I just have to hide magnifying glasses and, like, matches from one of them. Just corral him in a dog pen, it'll be fine. The rapist, I might have to kill. So yeah, the anime, he's way more despicable.
Yeah.
In the anime, but he's definitely a touch more animated villain in the manga. I feel he comes off a little cartoonish in the manga at times.
Oh yeah,
like
I mean, especially when he's
like a mob
proclaiming
boss.
everything at the end. Like
yeah.
Yeah, it was like, oh, like, I could just hear, it was like, just like this grand, I could hear his voice because I've watched the anime, and it was just all this grandstanding, and I'm reading this, I'm trying not to laugh as he's saying all of this shit.
I mean, you kind of expect him at one point in the manga to just kind of bend over backwards and go, Jotaro.
Yes, oh my god, yeah.
he almost gets like JoJo levels of ridiculous.
You thought it was, you thought it was Akio, but it was really I, Dio, so long. Like, oh my god.
But at the same time, kind of like knowing what you know from like the anime and other stuff, and how just like in the manga, how many opportunities like he's practically waving neon signs for like Utena, going like defeat me, kind of like, and like, here, I'm going to explain everything. Why are you just listening to me? Why aren't you trying to defeat me? I kind of have to wonder if, like, is he wanting to be defeated? Kind of like how you kind of get a little bit of that sense in the anime where it's like, oh, he wants the cycle to end however it can end.
Yeah.
And any outcome, as long as it's an ending, is acceptable. And so I kind of wonder if, like, you know, the manga version of Akio was kind of going for that, too. All endings are acceptable.
I think so, but at the same time, like, it was that, because of the fact that he is legitimately a part of Dios, that he still has that slight regret of how everything went down.
Mm-hmm.
And so that part of him does occasionally cry out and be like, no, end it now, end it now. But then he like quiets it down and goes, no, I want to win this. So
it's that classic id versus super ego fight.
Oh, yeah.
And the Dios part of him is much more active in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
Popping up going, hey, remember me? I'm a conscience.
Yeah.
Remember me? I'm you before you suck.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. And, I guess we should...
in the manga, you actually do get to see some of Utena's life before she came to Otori Academy.
Yes. Yeah.
So-
Okay. So yeah, we should backtrack just a little bit there then. Yeah. The prologue chapter.
Where you get to see like Utena
Wow.
lived with her aunt, so she wasn't like completely devoid of parental figures in her life.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I have to say her aunt is like pretty awesome.
Oh, I love her aunt.
Like completely like supporting Utena with like the uniform and everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no. Like as soon as like she showed up, I'm like, who the hell is this? And then as it got going, I'm like, her aunt. Man, why weren't you in the anime? Like, I loved this character, and I wish I had gotten a chance to get to know more about her.
I feel like had she been in the anime, she would have just been like, well, call my aunt if you have a problem with my uniform. And then they wouldn't have had as many silly instances with the teaching staff.
I mean, there was that moment where she even says in the manga, it's like, oh yeah, they did call her if you have a problem with my uniform. Okay, we'll call her. Wait, you're gonna call her? Why are you gonna call her?
I also feel like the anime tries to create a very distinct divide between the minors as being the last vestiges of hope, where it's just like all the adults are either completely broken or completely despicable.
Yeah.
And so I feel like the anime was trying to make more of a divide. Unfortunately, Utena's aunt kind of straddles that divide.
Yeah.
She's an amazing person who's genuinely good, but she's having to just essentially deal with a very shitty situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I often think about that, you know, in the days of the global panini that we live in. From time to time, I'm like, man, what if everything went tits up and all of a sudden I had to raise my nephew? That would suck.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I feel about that. But I do my best. and I kind of feel like I just kind of looked at that character and I was like, you are definitely a woman who has no clue what she's doing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But you're making the best of the worst, so you are officially one of the savior characters of this series.
Mm-hmm.
Well, also in the prologue, you have Utena's friend, Kaido,
Mm-hmm.
who is actually the one who helped her figure out which school to go to to find her prince. And this was after, like, she had thought she had found her prince, but wasn't really her prince. And so in the manga, she has to go through that ordeal twice.
Her prince, a.k.a. Mr. Licky Lick. I won't let that go. I read that line, raised an eyebrow, and then blushed. So,
I think it's supposed to be silly.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, and at first he's trying to prove that, like, oh, it's not, like, this is just your aunt sending this stuff to you. She wanted you to think this stuff. She was just trying to help you. And then eventually he realizes, oh, shit, no, it's not. This is real. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, no, and...
But it's like, you have this, like, moment where, like, she thinks she's, like, found her prince, but it turns out that it's, like, her aunt's boyfriend. And he has nothing to do with, you know, her prince. And she's about to, you know, give up, wish her aunt, you know, happiness and, you know, go live abroad with her aunt who's moving to Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And she's like, you know, you have this moment where she's like, oh, she's going to give up on, you know, this childish dream, like, go, you know, forth and, you know, live her life. And then Kaido figures out, it's like, oh no, this is Otori Academy, and hey, there's this stuff on the pictures of the cards that you were sent this whole time. And it's like, and kind of like how in like the anime, it's like, but was this really a good idea?
Yeah.
It's like, Utena, you could have had a normal life and been saved the madness of Otori Academy.
I mean, hell, if you went with your aunt to Amsterdam, you could have just smoked most of your troubles away. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
But at the same time, it's like having this prologue, which is actually, quite a bit of the first volume of the manga. It's interesting, like, seeing how Utena lived her life, trying to be a prince and be herself before kind of like the madness of, the rest of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And, it kind of, I don't know, it's nice seeing that kind of like continuity of her character.
Mm-hmm.
And, how living that way existed in the normal world versus the crazy world of Otori.
Mm-hmm. I do have to wonder, though. We know that he had a rose seal. Do you think he ever partook?
It's possible.
I mean, I also get the feeling he was a plant.
we know there were duels before Utena arrived, because in the side story with Ruka, it's mentioned that Anthe was his bride for a while.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, it's clear like these duels have been going on for like a very long time, because like Anthe mentions that they've been going on for a long time in one of her "I am really, really ancient" moments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I like that. I honestly think that, her aunt's boyfriend was actually kind of a plant to lure her to the school.
Well, yeah, I mean, we know that like Dios was trying to draw her in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that. I think it's a whole new perspective on a lot of this stuff. Also, congratulations, Manga. I don't hate Ruka here.
Well, I mean, he did have the decency to die off screen and not be as scuzzy as he is in the anime.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, exactly. Like,
he's actually a likable character in the manga.
Yeah, no, I like this last, like, last panel we see with him is, like, Toga telling her that, telling, shit, I forgot her name.
Jury,
that's right, yeah. Toga telling Jury, like, yeah, he died. Like, no, he's not dead, he's just waiting, he just went back to the hospital, and now he's probably wandered off again, and now he's doing his normal thing. He's an asshole. It's like, okay. And Toga's just like, okay, yeah, sure. And then you realize, like, he thinks back to it, and goes like, yeah, and like the final word is like, yeah, don't tell her, you can, like, don't tell her that I died, but if you do, she's not gonna believe it anyways, because that's just how she is. Like, that last moment, that was just that was sweet, honestly.
Well, I mean, they are living in a mausoleum, so
yeah. Well, yeah. Then, going back, getting on to the ending, like, they 3 of them end up in fucking glass coffins. So...
Oh yeah, with like Anthe like going like, bam, that is your flaw. Bam,
Yeah,
that is your flaw. Nikki, you're just innocent.
Yeah, you're just
for the glass coffin.
Yeah, just goes to, yeah, and then then it comes
for safekeeping.
Yeah, and I love like Toga being like, so, what's my flaw?
Well,
Go ahead and tell me. Well, I mean, I'm not going to put you in a coffin because you're not running.
She's like, I'm gonna leave you to wonder.
Yeah, it's like, fair enough.
You do want to keep Mickey Ziploc fresh.
Yes. But it's because of this fact that Toga is the only one in the end to know know most of what happened and even still remember Utena at the end.
Which makes it even worse in After the Revolution. How he's somehow become worse than Seonji.
Yeah, how about we talk about that epilogue?
Yeah. So, after the revolution...
20 years later.
Yes.
Oh, both literally and figuratively.
Yes. Yes.
Because it took 20 years for this manga to come out.
Yeah. And it legitimately actually takes place 20 years later, they even say. Oh, God. Toga. God, I just... Oh, I want to smack some sense into you, dude.
But here's the thing about Toga in After the Revolution. I actually understand why he makes the argument he makes.
I do, but, like, morally, it's still fucking wrong.
So, essentially, he and Seonji both become procurers of art for galleries and for private collections.
Mm-hmm.
They wind up bumping into each other at work a lot.
Yeah.
And then he winds up trying to procure and sell a bunch of work by an artist who's a known pedo.
Yeah.
And not just in the past, but all evidence points to he's at it again.
Yep.
And Seonji is the one who calls him out and goes, "How can you do that?"
And the thing is that Toga uses the whole basically death of the author argument, where it's we have to preserve the art for the art's sake, regardless of its origins. And it's in the middle of this fight that other shit goes down. But if you know Toga from the movie, this makes sense. Because if he could forgive his father for what he had done, then of course he could look sideways at this artist.
Let's move on to the next section of the After the Revolution manga, where, Juri finally tells Shiori to shove it.
Yes. And yet at the same time doesn't.
Can we just, acknowledge the fact, Juri, girl, I was rooting for you in every iteration. Mm-hmm. You hired her as your manager just to keep her close. I have officially reached my stance on Juri. Bitch is just a glutton for punishment.
I think that's exactly what it is. I think Shiori has her wrapped around her finger.
And clearly Shiori in 20 years later is no longer the conniving cut bag we know from the anime.
And actually
at least not to that hyper extent.
Yeah, no, it's still there.
She comes off very snidely Whiplash in her musings in the anime, whereas in After the Revolution it's just kind of yeah, I'm still gonna be me, but you did this to yourself.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's nice to see Juri finally move on and work for herself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She's going to do what Utena did so long ago and fight for me. She finally... It's funny because the last battle in the sequence is the battle for self.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, Juri finally caught up. Okay.
Yeah.
This is good. This is very good.
It took her a while to get there, but you're still happy just to see her get there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If anything, Juri is like the story of that person who blooms late in life.
Mm-hmm.
And who gets a little too tangled up in, like, romancing their past.
Yeah.
And we all know somebody like that. And so I'm just like, you know, at least she gets to move forward. And then you get to the last third of all of that with Mickey and Kozue as adults. Okay, so yeah.
I'm not as put off by this as I should be, I know it.
But here's the thing. I kind of feel weird how I have circled the drain on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Because I first watched the series, then I watched the film.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's that weird moment in the bathtub with them in the film, and you're like, what is her fucking problem?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck's her deal? And then I read the manga, and then I read this, and I went, oh. They forgot to put something in the anime there.
Yeah.
It was not clear from the get-go, but it's kind of funny how I just kind of progressed in intensity with that particular plot thread. Yeah. Turns out this whole time, Kozue's been in love with her twin.
See, and while it's kind of there in the anime, I think it's actually okay that they didn't, because I think I know why they didn't.
It's so subliminal in the anime. It's kind of crazy.
Well, I think the reason why they did that is because you had Nanami as the fucking, like, Brocon fucking
she was
character.
she was definitely a barrier.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways.
So you didn't need a second one. I think they probably felt, we might be going a little overboard on this one if we do.
Which is so weird, because by the end of Nanami's story in the anime, you realize that, you know, her whole thing is that she adores Toga. It's less that she wants to be with Toga, and more wants to be his mirror reflection in the world. But, yeah. If they had her adoration alongside Kozue's, frankly, sickness, it literally gets her to the point where she's comatose.
Yeah, yep.
Well, yeah, she gets that way after, like, Mickey goes, no, that's gross, twice to her.
Yeah, her adult brain is not as resilient as her young brain once was.
Well, doesn't help that they point out she was also in an abusive relationship on top of that.
Yeah.
So that's why she went.
Oh, you're in love with another man. I'm gonna tie you up and, like, lock the door. It's like, yeah, psycho.
And then, I think the main reason she went comatose was because, well, she thought her brother would be that out, but because he can't even return her feelings either, it's like, well, she's at a standstill. She can't figure out where to go then.
Yeah.
And I feel so bad for her.
Although I did like the way they ended it.
Yeah.
A lot of stories that explore that kind of stuff, it's like, Mickey stays firm in the, oh no, honey, we ain't gonna go there.
Yeah.
But he doesn't reject her.
Yeah.
When they finally get their good ending in which they get to move forward. It's like, yeah, Koze, I know this is a part of you now. And I accept that it is a part of you.
Yeah.
But I can accept you without returning it.
Yeah.
And however that works from this day forward, I have no idea. But I'm here for you regardless. And I'm just like, oh my god, I was expecting it to have a school days sort of moment by the end of that. Like, someone's gonna die. And then it's like, but then little little girl Utena shows up and she just kind of diffuses everything and is like, guys, I need you to keep playing because like this is my path to where I'm going. So yeah, just be nice.
Oh,
Not to
God.
mention, can I just say this? Little girl Utena is so goddamn adorable.
Oh my God, yes.
And in this, you get to see her so much. I figured, something 20 years after the fact, I would not be seeing so much Utena of the past.
Yeah.
But you get to see it, and it's just like the purest part of her soul,
and
guiding people while she's still, just weirdly enough distributes the power of Dios to all of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like as she's taken on the mantle of Dios, she's now spreading the power to these now adults and I love how the takeaway at the end of it all is like, yeah, we're all grown up now, but we're still growing. We're still evolving. The revolution didn't end just because we left high school.
We still have the power to revolutionize ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And in the world by proxy of that.
Yep.
Like it's kind of fucking beautiful, and I'm like, that is such a love letter to the fans of this series. And I just by the time I literally crammed this volume right before we started recording, and I was just left with I kind of closed it and I pulled the bookmark out and I held it against my chest and I'm like, I love you too. was kind of how I felt by the end. I was just like, oh god, that was just such a love letter to the fans, and I'm just like, I love you too. No, you're so cool.
Yeah, I did actually. When I first read that, I did actually cry at the last panel. I cried tears of joy because, they're reunited. Ah!
and well, just some really, really great lines, especially in this last story.
Mm-hmm.
Where, there's this part where, Kazuri's going what am I doing here? Where are we even going? And Nikki just says, we can look together. I'm sure there's meaning in just the search. And you're just like, yeah, aww.
And can I just say, good on them for literally picking the last image of the anniversary volume to be the one thing I wanted to see in every other rendition but never got to see. And that was every time Utena saves Anthe in all the other tellings of the story, it's always adult Anthe.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I go back and watch the anime, my heart breaks every time you hear that sound and you see this little girl's body writhing in pain.
Yeah.
And the fact that little girl Utena goes and finds original little girl Anthe, and it's just like, I'm here now. I finally closed the gap. And it just hugs her, and I'm like, oh god, that's what I needed. That's what I need.
Yeah.
I didn't know I needed it, but when I saw it, I was like, oh god, yeah please, this is what I needed. This is what I needed to feel better about the world.
Well, they knew that that's what we needed, even if we didn't know it. So I guess the last thing we should talk about is the manga adaptation of the film.
Should we save that, though, for when we talk about the film?
I think so. I honestly do.
Alright, but I will leave it on this note. When it comes to all iterations of the ending, other than, like after the revolution notwithstanding on this, but of what we got at that time, I'd have to say, of the last scene in these versions, the adaptation of the film has my favorite ending.
Well, I could have guessed that.
Who doesn't want to become a car?
No, the adaptation of the film. The manga is what I'm saying. There's no cars in that.
That you know of.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we will get to that. But, yeah, no, that... I will be able to talk more about it, but yeah, that final panel of, like, the ending.
Yeah, the planetarium.
The planetarium, it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's serene and rather innocent, and I absolutely adore it. I want that as a poster. Although I'm still perfectly happy with the one that I have.
But all of that and more next time on Utena, the Mega Retrospective.
Yes. Yep, part 3 will be the film.
And it's manga adaptation.
Yep. Which the person who's supposed to be joining us will be able to at least talk about the film. He has no way to talk about the manga adaptation.
Oh, we'll figure it out.
Some way to shove it down his throat.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But that's for next time. So, in final words, to sum it up, check this series out. It's really good. If you haven't already, what are you doing? Just check it out.
Especially if you made it this far with us.
Oh, God, yeah. At this point, you should be a veteran if you're this far with us. With that said, Xeiren, where can people find you?
On all the cringiest places on the internet. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube. And you can find me on fucking TikTok.
Excellent.
Also Varren streams on Mondays.
Yes.
But don't tell him I said it was cringy. So that would be over on Varren Kimball's Twitch channel.
Yep. Grave, where's the turtle today?
I'm planting roses.
But are you painting the roses red?
I'm painting them, but not with paint.
Yeah. Next time.
Somebody try to find Akio's fucking transmission fluid.
I cut his brakes.
Ciao. You can of course find me here on Podbean, Wolfstead Podcast. Come for the anime, stay for the horror. You can also find me over on Twitter as Tented Ookami. It's TENTAILED That's my name. Don't wear it out. You can also find me over on Patreon, where you can find the rest of us and get access to these episodes at least a week in advance to when they're going to drop to the public. You will also get access to all sorts of other stuff, including behind the scenes, exclusive episodes, maybe certain outtakes if I don't decide to just tack them onto the beginning of the episodes. Also, a revival of one of our put to rest series, for us anyways. The Twisted Notes podcast is back up and running over there with new hosts Doc and Roy. And I gotta say, it's interesting so far. And, of course, you can also find their series, The Starlight, in most mediums around here. All of this for just $1 a month. Come on, that's a low price, people. Just $1 a month, and you get access to all of that. Till next time, folks, keep watching anime, keep reading manga, keep the existential crises alive and running. And we will see you for part 3.
For the revolution of the world.
Viva la Revolution!
I'm gonna go sleep in my rose-covered coffin now.
I actually want one. That'd be cool. That's right, brand new Anime Monday, and the next in our, I think we decided, 5-part look at Utena. With me, of course, for this ride is the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
The equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
And yeah, I checked my sanity at the door, because this was a crazy fucking movie, and I love it. We are talking Adolescence of Utena. Oh my god, where do I begin? No,
well,
seriously,
first of
where do I
all,
begin?
watch out for any and all car washes.
Oh god, yeah.
Don't get pulled into a car wash, folks, or you will become a car. If you couldn't tell, this movie is far more abstract than the series or the manga, but in all the best ways. best movie to watch when you're on cold medicine.
This was something that definitely, it was definitely the moment the director decided, okay, I'm going to continue working with Utena, but I want to make my movie.
Yeah.
This has the director's fingerprints all over it. And honestly, I'm glad that B. Papas and the other author and illustrator, I'm blanking on her name right now, just definitely gave him the reins to just go nuts with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if you read the Adolescence of Utena manga, you can tell that the original creators were being far more reserved with it. This is where Utena goes just beyond mind-bending philosophy and talking about gender and growing up and all of that stuff. This is where it meets complete visual spectacle, because Otori Academy, here we go again, only the walls are moving around independently and there's chalkboards flying through the air and the staircases move worse than the ones at Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Yeah. In some ways, Otori Academy feels in some ways more kind of like Hogwarts, with like everything moving everywhere, like rose gardens suspended in the air, all the crazy architecture and things moving on their own. This movie is like a complete visual spectacle, and also the artwork, so beautiful. So beautiful.
Oh, yeah, no, if, like, for some fucking reason you have that opinion, which I've ran into, which is bizarre, but yeah, stick with me here, it exists. If you for some reason think that anime isn't artistic, you need to sit down for about 90 minutes. Because, first of all, we're gonna have a talk after that. But you need to watch this. Again, I don't know how that's an actual opinion, but it exists. I don't understand it.
Oh, dude, you think that's bad? I went to art school. I actually have an associate's in fine arts. Do not even get me started on the arguments I got into with my professors over this. They would actually go out of their way to like ban anime style drawings from being submitted as assignments.
What the fuck?
And we can definitely get into this debate some other time, but their reasons are more legit than you think. But again, maybe we should do that as a Patreon special sometime.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, keep an eye out for that. Is anime art? Yes, but here's why it might not be. Just keep an eye out for that on Patreon.
But yeah, just so people realize where the movie sits, it kind of sits in one of two places. It's either just an alternative timeline, because as we discussed in previous Utena reviews, revolution not only refers to like a revolution, but or being, groundbreaking as Utena is, but it also just refers to the cyclical nature of what is happening at Otori Academy and the duels and how they've been going on for hundreds of years. And it's either just a completely alternate cycle, and you can think of it as happening at any point in the timeline, or depending on how deep you look at it, you could interpret it as a sequel. I, at the very least, think of this as being after the series, but maybe not directly after the series, if you get my drift.
Yeah, like, I feel, especially by the end of this film, like, this is basically them finally possibly breaking the cycle.
Yes. Like I feel like with the degree of severity that's taking place, both stylistically, with just the more franticness of the animation, which yes, I know is due to a bigger budget, but roll with me here.
Yeah.
But like if the end of the series was Utena punching the mirror and finally cracking through the facade that is the thing that is holding back herself and Anthe from re-entering the real world,
Mm-hmm.
then the movie is the pieces of glass finally falling out of the mirror's frame.
Yeah.
And it becomes rather apparent after a while, because you're just like, clearly whatever magic that's holding Otori together is not adhering itself any longer to the rules of reality. In fact, you could say the school is barely holding itself together.
Yeah.
And when
there's also a lot more like tomb-like imagery and death imagery in this one than there is in the TV series.
Oh, very
and
much.
Like everything is kind of like ramped up in a lot of ways. A lot of the dysfunctions are a lot closer to the surface. A lot of the things that were subtle in the series are more in the forefront, and in ways that make it seem like this is just more. It doesn't feel like it has to do with runtime as much as you might think, considering that this is a movie and not a series.
Yeah, it's like the facades that a lot of the characters were putting on to maintain a sense of normal society suspended in reality are just sloughing off.
Mm-hmm.
And their dysfunction and their true characters have just risen to the top. And I feel like this is most dramatically seen in the way Anthe behaves. Because, good God, she goes from basically background character for most of the series until we realize it is kind of all about her in the end, to she's very proactive, like from the beginning of the fucking movie. Like, she's still going through a lot of the steps that are necessary to get Utena within her sphere of influence and company again, but it feels more intentional towards a specific end versus something she's doing out of habit.
Oh yeah, she knows exactly what she wants.
And she wants that. She wants that Utena ass.
Yeah, she wants that ass. Yeah.
Like, it was fucking crazy for me watching as much of the series as I did in college, and then I saw the movie at Blockbuster and I watched it for the first time. And you should have seen the way I gripped my couch cushions when Anthony just flies out at Utena for that kiss. I'm like, damn, girl, when did you get so aggressive?
Yeah.
I'm like, at the same time, I'm like, get it. But on the flip side, I'm just like, when did this happen? How did Anthony evolve? Or I did it again. Anthe,
yeah, you've done it several times now.
It's like, when did Anthe like evolve this much? And that's why I feel like it takes place after the series, whether it's a direct sequel or not.
Oh yeah, no, I think at this point, I don't think it's a direct sequel. I think it's somewhere in this timeline, and yeah, I use quotations, but in this timeline where wherever it takes place, I think it's at the end. Because it's even Anthe saying, okay, enough is enough. I'm taking Utena and I'm getting the fuck out of here.
I find it interesting that, like, both of you are like, no, I need to place this in a timeline or, decide whether or not it's just an alternate telling. And I'm just like, well, I like it as the movie.
Yeah.
I like it as being more Utena content. I don't know. I don't feel the need to, like, place it in a timeline or figure out where it exactly fits in the series as much as, most people, I guess.
Well, in the past, I had the same attitude about it. I'm like, this is an alternate retelling. It doesn't really matter when, blah, 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 blah. But it's just like, in all my research and trying to find out things about its production and, other fans' theories about a lot of the imagery that comes, especially in the last 10 minutes of the movie, and so on and so forth, that it seems like fans of a younger demographic, and honestly, they did not say this, but my running theory right now is thanks Marvel. They're obsessed with where it fits because a lot of younger Utena fans grew up with giant movie franchises being the most popular thing. So timelines matter more to them. And I feel like after listening to all of the evidence that I just finally came to a conclusion and said, this is what I think. It didn't used to matter to me much before, but I feel like declaring it now helps younger viewers who kind of are obsessed with that.
Well, all interpretations of Utena are correct.
According to the creator, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not as obsessed with that either. I just watched it. This was one of those few times where I just watched something to watch it. Because it's like, no, this is its own beast. If anything, if I were to make timelines or, like, place things in timelines, I would concentrate on the manga. And I would say, like, yeah, no, like, you've got the manga, and then you've got the Adolescence of Utena manga, which clearly has a place there. And then you get into After the Revolution and shit like that. But as for, like, this film, I take it on its own merit in that it's amazing. She's straightforward with everything that Anthe is straightforward with everything she wants. She wants dad ass. She's gonna tap it. That's what she does. And then you've got the last 20 to 30 minutes of the film where shit goes completely off the wall, and I love every minute of it.
And Akio was dead all along.
Several people were dead all along.
Everyone else was dead all along.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was waiting for that reveal of like, and you were dead. And you were dead!
We're all dead here.
Basically, yeah, I mean, even the others show up, help them, and even say, it's like, yeah, no, we'll be following behind you eventually. You've shown that we can break out. I'm like, can you, though? But... yeah.
I feel for all the characters that are like confirmed deceased in this movie, I feel like that scene at the end for them is less about them like breaking free from Otorio Academy to like rejoin society, which feels like what Utena and Anthe are actually doing. Yeah. But
it's for them
more that their souls are free now.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Because now that it's kind of like Akio was so strong in the series, but here he's clearly on the like fringes of a total breakdown of his power and influence over everybody. And it's kind of amazing because it not only like makes Anthe more proactive in the story, but I really feel like this is where she gets the time to shine and be like, no. I manipulated all of this to finally save you. Because it really feels like in the movie, she does more of the saving than Utena does. Like, Utena saved her in the series, Anthe saves Utena in the movie.
Oh, very much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she, in some respects, you
could say she was the driving force.
Well, but anyways,
asshole.
Anthe's a lot more subtle about things in the TV series, But in both the TV series and the movie, she's just in her own ways, she's just as manipulative as Akio at times.
Oh yeah.
And it's just a lot more apparent in the movie than it is in the series.
Yeah.
And so you kind of see more of kind of in the movie how both Anthe and has that same kind of, I guess, like a different morality system than, like, you know, your general human. I mean, you see like a lot of that in Akio in the TV series, like with how he thinks and processes things and manipulates people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean, you would have a different set of morals too if you were an elder god.
Yeah, basically. That's a good way to put it. Like, both like Akio and Anthe are kind of like elder gods, and they actually kind of highlight that in the manga. You know, it's when like Utena asks Anthe like straight up when they're going up into the castle, you know, it's like, are you some kind of race of gods? And she's like, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, even just the way like the film opens up with the bells and both Anthe and Akio silhouetted in the tower, and just the fact that the color palette of all the scenery seems so heavily saturated with black, red, and white.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's the good, there's the bad, and then there's the passion that binds it and cuts through it. And I did see in an analysis on YouTube that the red is like the perfect color when you want to use a lot of black and white, because it stands out equally against red. Red stands out equally against black and white, whereas some colors get more subdued by either black or white.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, from the opening of the film, you definitely get more of that foreboding sense of shit ain't right here, and it needs to be dismantled. It needs to be dismantled now. It's on the verge of falling apart, and we need to finally euthanize this system, because it's going to fucking explode. It's barely holding on by a thread.
And I know that we've been bouncing everywhere. I mean, that's par for the course with Utena. But I actually want to touch upon something that I haven't heard anyone talk about, and I don't know if anybody has analyzed it or not. And it's something, it's an image that I very much stuck with me from this film. And that's at the end, once they have broken out, and that they cut back and show basically all of the people are no longer there. All you see are basically scarecrows within clothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to bring up that idea of souls finally moving on, that kind of definitely, I see it represented there.
It definitely has a I'm forgetting the actual name for it. It's not a voodoo doll, but there's this idea in a lot of like fantasy and urban fantasy, and even a little bit in certain kinds of witchcraft, where you can trap like souls or personality traits or memories in essentially a gaff.
Yeah, a container, basically.
A container. And it has always felt to me like once Akio no longer has control, and Oratory Academy no longer has control over these people's souls, that all that's left behind is just, you know, little straw man artifices. Empty vessels, these little straw man artifices. And it is like showing how fragile Akio's magic was from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like the only way he keeps having the power he has is if the people he has control over are convinced he has total control. Because he doesn't. He never has total control over them. He's just convinced them all he does.
Yeah. Yeah, no. And I feel like at the end, everybody has realized, no, you don't got control over me.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Exactly. And that's represented in that image of, like, just the flower petals flying everywhere, and it's just the focuses just sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about that image, but maybe I haven't dug deep enough. But yeah, that one stuck with me.
I think that image tends to get thrown into the whole destructive ending of the film. So basically, if you haven't seen the movie yet and you want to continue listening to us, now would be a good time to pause, go watch the whole movie so you know exactly what we're going to be talking about with the ending.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna finally explain some stuff because we've been pussyfooting around it for 20 minutes now.
Yeah. At the end, well, throughout the entire film, there's kind of like this battle between Utena's masculinity and her femininity.
Mm-hmm.
And in this one, like, she really ups the ante when it comes to like the boy uniform look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And her hair is the big symbol for all of this. Like, it's super short, and then it like explodes into length, but then it goes short again, and then explodes into length. Which, fun little fact, in my research, I found out there was this really early set of like test drawings where they were actually thinking about making it more literal and less symbolic. So basically, underneath her short half in the front, she basically has a upside down French braid that's got all her hair tucked into the back, so she literally has that epic of a mullet the entire time. I saw the illustration of this and I went, interesting. I prefer it more as a symbol. This is just weird to look at.
Yeah.
But but yeah, Utena is definitely more in where she feels more comfortable in attempting to be a prince in the series. She's more at war with herself over the idea of being a prince.
Mm-hmm.
in the film. And when you finally get to the end, it seems that either Anthe has convinced her that it's only because I only do this when we're talking in the freaking podcast. That's the thing that pisses me off. I never make this mistake when we're not recording.
Blame the recording. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yuck it up. But
I find amusement in it. It pleases me.
You're just tapping your fingers like, good.
Pretty much.
She's finally, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Anthe has clearly decided what she wants. And once Utena hops on that bandwagon, it's like, screw feminine, screw masculine. I can be anything I want. And apparently that thing she wants to be for at least 5 minutes of the movie is a car, which is highly symbolic of a chariot and horses, which Anthe hops in, and they literally speed the fuck out of Oratoria Academy as everything starts crumbling apart, and they nearly get chewed up by a death car wash. Meanwhile, Ikkyo is whispering sweet nothings of like, no, stay within your rules. It's okay. I'll make sure you live forever. And both of them are like, let us go.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think I I think that you should probably check with certain people to find out if they were fans of this movie. Because that might explain, you know, in reality, how some people identify with vehicles. Instead of just like, oh, I identify as this. And now you have people saying, well, I identify with Apache helicopters and cars. And it's like, you probably liked fucking Utena, didn't you?
I'm gonna knock you in the fucking head, you fucking troll.
Oh, let me make my jokes.
No.
And half serious, actually, because I think that actually makes some sense to me.
I'm pretty sure the attack helicopter meme had absolutely nothing to do with Utena.
Well, no, not the attack helicopter, but I have found people who legitimately do. They don't, it's not just...
I think they're pulling your leg.
I don't know. People are weird.
Am I the only one who wants to pat him on the head and be like, there? But I feel like while people could just sit there and say that the car is symbolic of so many things, it's not really the car that I think is important. It's what the car does. And what it does is get them the fuck out of Dodge and allow them to literally break through the last barrier to freedom.
Can we also point out this is the one thing that finally phases Anthe?
And
even she's just like, what? This is new.
and they break on through to the other side, and full pun intended there.
Yeah.
In such a forceful and fantastic fashion that not only are they free from all constraints of Otori Academy, but also their clothing.
Yeah,
it's kind of a rebirthing metaphor if you want to look at it that way. But if you're wondering why there's so many images out there of Anthe and Utena laying together naked and you've only ever seen the series, this is why.
Well, that, and it's just a lot of the pictures are just for being artistic. It's all artistic nudity.
Yeah, I've seen some people, go off on the whole like, fan service and fan artists, they ruin everything. They gotta draw everybody naked. I'm like, no. Naked Utena and Anthe, that's canon.
That is canon. It's also
It's
a very
super canon.
beautiful poster above my television.
Oh, same one in my room, dude.
Yeah. I'm
But
looking at it now.
One thing I do want to mention when it comes to the ending and like breaking free and such, and the whole like waking up in a planetarium part.
Oh, from the manga?
Yeah.
Manga version? Yeah.
Yeah, from the manga version of it, where they wake up in the planetarium, which I always found really interesting because like up until that point, like throughout like all of like the series and everything, the planetarium was always an area that was associated with Aikyo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's like part of me goes like, well, he didn't used to be evil. Maybe that was like the good part, trying to be like, there you go, you're free now.
Like that basically, yeah, it was the last remnants of his good part. I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense. It's also my favorite ending.
It's like at times, like though in the movie, it does kind of feel like you see like moments of like his good part peeking through, like I'm gonna chuck myself out a window.
Oh, that was legitimately his sense like coming back, going like, "What the fuck are you doing?
What have I become?
What have I become?" Yeah. I mean, even, like, before he falls off, like, the last thing he even says is, like, no, I'm not like that. I'm not that. I'm not like that.
And it's like, the key, I have to find the key. And then after that, who shows up? Utena.
Yeah.
I feel like, oh, God. I feel like the only thing from the film we need to talk about, which... Ugh. Can we talk about why this movie makes me cry? Every time.
It makes me cry quite a bit too, but what in specific does that?
Oh my god, Toga, why?
Yeah.
Oh my god, he is so complicated and for the most part of the series kind of loathsome.
Yeah.
At least up until the end, kind of. But they completely flip that character on its fucking head in the movie. And I'm just like, no, I kind of want this to be a completely different film all of a sudden. Yeah. every time in the damn elevator, when Toga's soul finally just lets go.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the things to empower her in that moment. I can't go back and watch the series the same way, knowing the truth from the movie.
Yeah.
Like, ever. ever. For those who, for some reason, disobeyed my recommendation of watching the film before you continue listening to us. Yeah, in the movie, Toga is actually her prince. And he died saving a woman, and Utena witnessed this. In fact, it's a big part of her PTSD.
Which we all know which woman, but...
Yes.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Be prepared to completely rethink Toga as a character in this one.
I mean, I shed tears at, like, 3 moments in this, honestly. So, yeah, here, confession time. So, I shed tears definitely at that. I shed tears during the dancing sequence because that is so gorgeous, and
the animation is beautiful
the
there.
The animation is beautiful. The song, beautiful choice. Everything. We will get into music next time. But then, of course, the final thing is once they're finally free. I shed tears at that point because it is just so, like... Well, let's be honest, your heart has been taken for a ride this entire time, so...
Fair. I know I'm a little more biased in this because I don't tend to do victory tears, nor do I tend to do sappy romantic tears.
Mm-hmm.
I usually only cry when I'm devastated by something. But no, those tears are totally legit. It just doesn't go that way for me.
Yeah, I admit I am a hopeless romantic, but
especially for lesbian couplings, which is kind of weird.
Well, I've known a few.
Yeah, I've also seen your comic book collection.
Yeah.
But,
that's something I can get into the future at some point. I don't know.
I know I'm kind of springing this on you guys out of nowhere, but I feel like we should do something interesting since really the last thing we have to cover is the music, and this doesn't really fit the question.
Okay.
But considering the manga, all the volumes of the manga, the series, and the film, if you were going to recommend to somebody who wanted to have the completionist experience, what order to do what in, what would it be?
Honestly, whatever you can find first.
Yeah, I mean, I started with, like, I had known about the movie, but then I started with the anime, moved into the movie, then went back and read both versions of the manga, and then after the Revolution. I feel like I might have done that out of order.
I mean...
But I had more of an appreciation for the manga after that.
The movie probably, unless it's the only thing you can find, probably not the best starting point.
No.
Because I think the movie, you'll get a better experience out of the movie if you're at least seen parts of the other ones. Like even if you've only just seen one season of the anime or read part of the manga, you'll find the movie easier to follow because you're not going to be going like, wait, who are all these people? You know, especially for some of the characters that get a little bit less screen time. I mean, you can still follow the movie completely on its own. All the important and more relevant characters are easier, you know, they're introduced and you'll get a sense of who they are pretty easily. But I just think you'll benefit more from having some more familiarity with the setting and what's going on and stuff. So, but Utena stuff, it can be hard to track down and difficult to find. So honestly, just whatever you can find.
Well, not anymore. They got some great releases for this.
Well, now that they have the Omnibus collection, and that includes the Adolescence of Utena manga in it, and finding after the Revolution is actually pretty easy. It's still within normal price range. It's not that expensive. And both the entire series as well as the film is available for free on YouTube. Like, finding physical copies sure can be a bit of a pain in the ass. So if you can only watch the series and movie via DVD or Blu-ray, you're gonna have a hard time. But I feel like
Blu-ray.
I feel like this is. I have a feeling because of the digital media and now with this Omnibus collection, actually finding Utena to completion is easier than it's ever been, which is probably why I keep finding more and more fans in their early 20s. Like, with all the online research I did, I'm like, where are all these 20-somethings finding all this shit? When I was in my 20s, this shit was like hunting for buried treasure with Nicolas Cage. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then when I found out how available this stuff has become, I'm like, oh, that's why.
And it's wonderful that everything is so available now and people have so many choices. And
if you're a hardcore, like, physical media collector, it's going to be expensive and a bit harder. But if you're just looking to experience it for the first time, it's out there and it's not as expensive as it used to be. Trust me, in Graveturtle on this one.
Yeah.
It used to be exhaustively expensive to find half of what you needed to see it.
Yeah. If you want your physical media, do you really want to know my pain?
yeah. Okami's been paying the piper lately. I want to give you guys my hot take on it, and just you can tell me what you think about it. I think reading the manga first, including reading after the Revolution first, then watching the series, because I feel like the series really expands on what the manga presented. Granted, there's like a lot of details in the manga that don't get put into the show, but having those details from the manga while you're watching the series adds to the experience. Then, after watching the series, read the Adolescence of Utena manga, and then finish with the movie.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have, Anthony telling everyone off at the end of the manga to sustain you through some of the more difficult to watch parts of the TV series.
Yeah.
You're watching, like, Saionji being there, and you're just like, oh, and I remember when Nancy told you off in the manga.
But yeah, this has been quite the fucking ride. And the only thing I would like to see at this point is, well, no, technically it's two things. I would love to see a film by the same director, as long as he's still alive and working, of the After the Revolution, because I think that would just be a lovely sort of anthology movie situation. And also, I want to see fan art of Anthe as a car. I want to see that role reversed.
That would be interesting.
Like, instead of Anthe riding in the Utena car, I want to see Utena riding in the Anthe car.
Well, all right.
So, if any of y'all do fan art and you like Utena, like, let me know. Let me know on Twitter. I'm kind of desperate to see this. I love the movie. I find myself going back to the movie more often than not. Not just because of the runtime, but because of just how it dazzles me every time especially with its animation and its music.
Well, I'm never bored. I'm never bored with this movie. I have watched it like 4 more times or so since actually getting my hands on it.
Well, and this could just be my filthy pansexual brain, but every time I see the scene where they're drawing each other for art class, it gives me the absolute giggle fits.
Yeah.
Every time. Because Utena's like trying to be comfortable and trying to be confident, but she's like, I don't know. It's so cute and yet so awkward.
Well, let me make this fair then.
This is like, Anthony, blah, blah. Anthony just has, God damn it. Anthony just has such giant cojones in the movie. It's such an interesting characterization for her, and I fucking love it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she's very, fairly consistent up until the movie, and it's just like, yeah. I like this alternative version of you. Okay, now they say alternative version of Anthe. Now I want to see Anthe and like with tattoos and piercings too. Dang it! I'm gonna be stuck on this for weeks.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, I'm just gonna go down my little rabbit hole over here. you guys can finish, and I'll just be with fan land.
Honestly, I don't think there's a wrong way to view this. I'd say watch it / read it however you want. I would say at least save like After the Revolution till the end, because it's just fitting to wait until the end with that one. But outside of that, go nuts.
Yeah. I mean, when I first experienced this, it was, well, very mix and match by what I could get my hands on.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, I understood and caught on to things just fine, and I think that most people can as well. The series is so complex and simple at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
The simplicity makes it easy to kind of pop into the series wherever you want and know at least the basics of what's going on enough to follow the story. And the complexity comes from like when you've gotten enough of the story to put things together, to start reading the symbolism and start asking the deeper questions that the series has.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could very easily just kind of watch either the anime or read the manga or the movie from beginning to end and just follow that simple plot line. And you'll have, a story with a, satisfying beginning, ending, and conclusion. And all the deeper stuff is there for whenever you want that, or however deep you want to go into that. which makes it kind of nice because you're like, oh, I just feel like popping on Utena today to, just kind of relax and watch something, and you can just follow that simple plot line and, enjoy that. And then like later on you can just be like, that deep stuff, I want to think about that now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this has been a journey, and I definitely recommend it to just about anyone, honestly. Just keep an open mind and enjoy. Also,
introduce it to your friends, because that's a lot of fun watching people's reactions to it. Especially when the sillier and more nonsensical parts happen. Especially like if you ever get the opportunity to just like, I just want to blow someone's mind, just pop in the Utena movie without explaining anything or telling them what they're getting into.
Zero context.
Zero context. That's hilarious. That is so hilarious.
Every time. That's also Graveturtle's subtle way of saying she's responsible for all of this.
Yes, them experiencing all of this, that's all my fault, and I am not sorry.
I don't regret it at all. I found, like, a new contender for, like, actually not even a contender, it just is. It just completely changed my top 10 list of, like, favorite anime, so... Yeah, this was great, and... I cannot wait until part 4, because we're gonna talk about my like all-time favorite aspect of this franchise. So stay tuned for that. I'm actually not sure if we're gonna go through with part 5, because I mean technically we have already covered it. The idea was that part 5 was going to talk about like just how it handles the subject matters that it covers and touches upon.
I think we still have room for that.
Okay, we still have room for that. So you got 2 more parts to go. Stay tuned for that.
I mean, we've now done the manga, the series, the movie. We're going to do the music, and at the end, we need to discuss the philosophy. Of Utena.
All right, works for me.
I know people who have made 5-hour discussions discussing just the philosophy of Utena on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think we can manage 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, once this is over, well, so far each one of these has been about an hour or not more. So, once we're done with this, I'd say we're going to be having 5 hours of discussion altogether. With that...
And then I can die happy knowing that I have finally purged my entire thoughts on Utena to the world.
And the scarecrow falls.
And just flip.
Flower petals. With that said, Xeiren, where can people find you?
Xeiren, that spells Xeiren. You can find me on all the cringiest places on the internet. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok, of all places. You can also find me being cringy over on Varren Kimball's Twitch channel on Mondays, and as well as here.
Excellent. Grave, where is the turtle today?
I'm doing unnecessarily fantastic flips over a car.
Ciao!
But I don't have the key!
Oh my god. Still, she flips over the fucking you don't actually see that coming. It's like, okay, yeah, he doesn't have the key. And he gets out of the he goes, so I'm taking a taxi. He's like, okay. And then he gets out of the taxi, and he's like, okay. Ciao! Why'd you flip over that one? Oh, God.
I kind of want to see Graveturtle do this over a lawn chair now.
Yeah, you can, of course, find me here on Podbean with the Wolfstead Podcast. Join the gang. Come for the anime. Stay for the horror. You can also find me over on Twitter. That's Tented Ookami. TenTailedOokami. That's my name. Don't wear it out. And also, if you're feeling generous, helpful, whatever you're feeling, or, you just want more from us, head on over to our Patreon, Wolf Den Patreon, and pledge just $1 a month, and you'll get access to episodes at least a week in advance, if not more. Episodes that may or may not ever get released to the general public. Behind the scenes, exclusives. We actually have resurrected Twisted Notes, and the first episode premieres over on... It should have already, at this point, premiered on Patreon first, before getting a teaser release here on Podbean. And all sorts of good stuff, so check us out over there. Just $1. Just $1 goes a long way.
A buck. A buck, a buck, a buck, a buck.
And with that said, keep watching anime, keep watching abstract anime features with cars and crazy shit.
Hot take opinion, Utena the movie is more weird than Akira. Goodbye.
Where am I? Good night, everybody.
For the revolution of the world!
Viva la revolution!
Go
That's right, brand new Anime Monday, and welcome back to the fourth in our, this is going to be 5-part retrospective of Revolutionary Girl Utena. With me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
The equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
And we are going to talk music today, so basically, if you heard our episode prior, a little while back, I think that was last year's, last season's, Music in Anime Volume 1, you could either call this Volume 2 or Volume 1.5. Either way, this is the music of Utena. Oh. Boy, there's a lot to talk about here. Where do we begin? Because this anime, the movie, all of it, its soundtrack is fucking gorgeous.
Well, I mean, to be fair, in true fashion, it should start with a light cymbal crash with a slight snare tick. Ting, 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 ting. Before the choir kicks in. Zenda, Yume. Oh. For the longest time, when I first got introduced to Utena, it really only felt like there was two songs, and that was like the Morning Sunshine Sonata song that Miki plays and he gets Anthony to play it and all of that stuff with that episode and that song. Like for the longest time, it only feels like it's those two songs that exist. But after now watching this series for the third time, it's like I've actually had the time to like pay attention to the score and realize that no, we don't just get Aikio's car theme as a consolation prize. There's motifs all over this son of a bitch.
Yeah, the music is really rich. There's so many like instrumental pieces, like in addition to like phenomenal opening and ending themes. And it's like when something goofy is happening, there is like a goofy little tune in the background. And like the musical themes pop up over and over and over again in different places to kind of echo like certain things that are happening in the show. It's less of like being there to kind of fill out, to be generic background music. There's clearly as much thought went into the soundtrack of this anime as everything else.
I feel in some scenes even more so than what's actually happening in the scene.
Yeah. And of course there's all the dueling themes, which this series has, if you read the subtitles for the songs, you're probably like, well, that's weird. Probably because a lot of the songs were literally translated, and so they come off a little strange, but at the same time, you're like, it makes a weird sort of sense.
I mean, it's Utena. So... strange comes with the territory.
Yeah, but to be fair, the translations of the songs didn't have to be quite as strange as they were. I mean, and like the names of some of the dueling themes are a little strange, like Virtual Star Embryology.
Well, for me, it's like, the first time around, I was like, okay, this is just fucking weird. But after, taking other courses in like college and stuff and just doing a little independent research, I tend to look at those those particular dueling themes that confuse me the most as they are there to enrich the scene the same way like a Greek chorus would.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
the dueling themes are definitely the Greek chorus of the series.
Oh, very
yeah,
much so.
and a lot of times people will be like, yeah, but Greek choruses make sense. Not always. Like, Greek choruses are meant to communicate things. They're kind of like that buffer of both exposition and even like sometimes said but unsaid dialogue between the audience and the show. But oftentimes they're just there to sort of just implant visualizations into your head through words and certain notes to enrich the scene. And so when you have just a random listing of all sorts of paleontology terms that pop up out of nowhere, it's like, okay, yeah, this listicle makes no sense out of context, but within the context of the fight that's going on, it just enriches the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I think the easiest example of that would be Utena's first duel with Saionji,
Yes.
where like the opening lines are they're in English and they're just going when, where, who, which, and it kind of echoes like Utena's confusion as to what's going on, but like also other lines from that particular piece like go like directly to like Saionji, because most of the dueling themes are about whoever Utena is dueling, like Utena's duel with Kozue. There's all these like time machine and past themes in the song which kind of echo Kozue's desire to like have like the same kind of relationship with her brother that she used to.
Yeah. Well, even going back to that first example you talked about with the first fight with Saionji, like, not only the words are very poignant in that one, but the fact that every single one of those words is a staccato note, so it almost feels like the quick cut of a jump cut, or like a slicing of a sword through the air, or a quick turn of the head. Like, it's very much adding color to that sense of confusion, even when you're just talking about the music and not the words.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell that the people who went into composing all the music for this anime, they were just, one, they were nerdy as fuck. And two, they were having a ball, because I tell you this right now, if you were ever a band geek or a choir geek, I urge you to just do a watch through where you do nothing but pay attention to the music and just listen for the ear candy, because they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing wholeheartedly. I love how there's a lot of like genre shifting that happens with the music too.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like you get the kind of like, high classical sounds of music. You have very soft, like contemporary symphonic and like orchestral pieces. You have stuff that sounds like, it's almost like venturing into prog rock territory. And don't even get me started on all the smooth jazz
Oh my
in
God,
the third season because of Akio and his fucking car.
Oh, don't forget Akio's waltz too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just the music, the genre hopping that happens through each season is absolutely insane. There's a little bit of everything.
Well, there's literally like 10 different versions, and all of them get fucking used too, of Zete. Yeah, like there's like,
yeah,
my God.
Yeah, Absolute Destiny Apocalypse is also Zete and my Mokuru Shioku.
Yeah.
It is just going to be a little easier if we just call it by its English translation. There's, I want to say like about 5 or 6 different versions of it. Like there's one you hear in the first season, there's the more industrial sounding one of the second season, and because it's a song you hear a lot. Like every time she goes up the steps to do a duel, you know, you got that like amping things up for the duel and the duel chorus that follows. But it's nice that they did like so many different remixes of it, because it kind of helps keep it from getting stale, and the kind of the differences that go into it kind of reflect some of the differences in the, you know, various seasons that happen.
Oh.
That, and it's just a great song to listen to when you go up a long flight of stairs.
Yes.
Or the absolutely overwhelming crescendo it reaches by the 3rd season when we have the overgrowth of roses in the gardening kink elevator.
Yeah.
The elevator.
Like, I love how that one is, like, the most boisterous one of them all. Like, it just kind of reaches a different crescendo with the way it, like, the vocals and the instruments are arranged for that version of the song. Because it's like... The visuals in and of itself are just building and building and building and building until you just literally have this explosion of petals every time they come out of the damn elevator gondola, whatever the heck they want to call it. And it's just like, well, just when we think we couldn't get more intense, now it's just spewing flora at us.
And speaking of elevators, I mean, that one is like... It's like such a contrast to Abraxas, which is the student council's elevator theme. Like how like dark and ominous it is. Also, a fun one to listen to on an elevator.
Oh yeah.
I want somebody to like get like a clip of Abraxas and like splice it into a scene from Phantom of the Opera when Eric's playing the organ. Like, because that's every time that's what it makes me think of. It's like, oh, their elevator theme is what happens when the Phantom of the Opera is practicing his organ. Da, da, da. So dramatic. Da, da, da.
Like the first time I saw like the opening to like Kingdom Hearts where like Sora's running up that big spiral staircase.
Oh,
I couldn't help but be reminded of Absolute Destiny Apocalypse.
Oh, I remember when I played the game. For the first time, and I swore I felt you hovering behind the couch where I was sitting, and I just heard you start to say it, and I'm like, God damn it. Like, she did not just go there.
Of course I did.
God, they got like 3 separate versions of just Akio car theme.
Hey, it's a fun song to, drive to. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially when you're doing it like in the middle of the night on a levee road, like in the middle of nowhere, Farmlandia. We did that once.
Yeah. And Akio Waltz is great for like when you're stuck in traffic and trying to maneuver like to get to the exit you need to.
Oh, there's Abraxas. Why wasn't it showing up in the... Yeah, so just so people have context to what I'm doing, I do have the entire soundtrack all like the collector's edition soundtrack pulled up. I'm gonna go ahead and get that out of the way. If people want this soundtrack,
good luck.
Good luck. Dig around. I'm not. You know what? I don't even hold back at this point. Yeah.
It exists. It's out there to find.
Find it, download it. I know normally you're not supposed to talk about that type of thing, but no. Find it and download it, because if you want the physical version, it is the gorgeous, gorgeous set, but it is going to cost you no less than $300.
Well, I mean, also, there's places on YouTube where people have, put, like, various soundtracks from it, because there's a whole bunch of different soundtracks. There's, like 8 of them?
10 now.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's like 10 different CDs, and you can find Utena music on YouTube. It's worth a listen to. Like, whether you see the series or not, the soundtrack is definitely worth it. I actually listened to the music before I ever saw the anime. And this was like back when I was, first getting into anime, and I had gone to a tiny hole-in-the-wall, anime shop where you had to know it was there or you would miss it because the place just looked like a bunch of small offices.
I remember those days.
Yeah. And I was just flipping through a bunch of, like, soundtracks and CDs, and went like, oh, this one has pretty artwork. I can't read anything on this. Picked it up and, bought it just kind of on an impulse and went, oh my God, this music is fantastic. So, yeah, no context is needed for the music.
There's
just
really
enjoy
not.
it.
Although I will say, Disc 10, which is a bonus exclusively made for, like, the latest collector's edition of the soundtrack, it's a club remix.
It's a little weird, but
it's amazing.
It's a little weird, but what isn't?
Exactly. No, but actually, what I recommend is check. You can find it on YouTube because somebody created it specifically for YouTube. The latest craze has been like remixes of music and soundtracks for studying and stuff.
Yeah, like the lo-fi remixes, and yes,
there is one.
There is an Utena one out there.
Yes. And it's not nearly long enough.
No.
I know.
God,
it needs
it's only
to be
like 20 minutes.
Longer.
Yeah, it needs to be.
I had to listen to that thing 4 times in a row to feel like I got anything out of it. It was so short. I get it. It takes a while to... Well, and here's the thing that's interesting about that particular arrangement, ensemble, whatever the heck you want to call it. So, ever since Nozomi put Utena just up for free on YouTube, apparently there's been this huge resurgence amongst people like 10, 15 years younger than us watching Utena. And that's why it was made. Was because of this new boom of interest in Utena.
And I do recommend at least checking out that video just to see the artwork that somebody did of like their own personal animation of her sitting there studying with headphones,
so it's not like...
gorgeous fucking headphones that I want.
Which, so like, don't think I'm mad at the playlist because, oh, it's too short. I thought they had plenty of time to make that music. No, I'm very aware it's new. It's a very new playlist.
Oh yeah,
they made all that music themselves, probably, if not had a little collab group that did it.
Yeah, whether you're talking the anime series, you're talking... My God. Can we get into the movie soundtrack real quick? Because... Oh, the remixes and exclusives. Also, and we all know probably which theme is my favorite one, so...
Yeah, Tokini is like a great song. It's so good. That and Aikyo Waltz, which we've mentioned before.
Yep. Abraxas is there.
The only thing I'm a little sad that they didn't put on the movie soundtrack is the vocal version of Fiancé ni Tari. Because, I mean...
Yeah, it's only the symphonic instrumental, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, the song is sung by Aikio's voice actor. And, like, hearing him, like, you know, jazz out to that is just, like... He's a really good singer.
Oh, God. Yeah, no. Yeah, remember Revolution, Adolescence Rush? Which is so good. It takes a really good opening theme and good song and makes it 7 minutes long. But I'm not complaining. That's for damn sure. I'm not complaining.
Yeah, Rose's Reign is a really good track from the movie as well.
Yes,
and that's also the one that was originally in the movie trailer.
Yes.
And so like when the Utena movie first came out, and that's the one that was in the trailer, and everybody's like, "Oh my god!" and losing their minds over the song because, well, I mean it's the Utena soundtrack, and everyone was just excited.
Mm. Yeah, no, and then the music, no matter where you look, music plays a key fucking role in this series. Like, to the point where when I was, after having watched the anime and the movie, and then starting to read the manga, certain key points, I was hearing that entire soundtrack.
Well, yeah, I mean, because the music reflects what's going on in the anime as well as it does, in some respects, listening to the soundtrack is like listening to the soundtrack of an opera or a musical. Because the music tells as much of the story as the visuals do. I mean, you can still enjoy it without having seen the series, and you'll still get a sense of what's going on in those scenes.
Oh yeah, no, man, I'm sorry, I am speechless. Like I'm stuttering. I can't.
He's stammering. He's dumbfounded. He's outright speechless.
I can't. Yeah, I can't even begin to just describe. Like, you really have to have listened to this soundtrack to really fully understand. Like, it is just synonymous with this series. I think if it wasn't there, there would definitely be a piece of this just missing. Something wouldn't be right.
That, and it's fun to sing along with the ones that you know some of the lyrics to. Otherwise, you just sing along to Rose and Release, which, you know, just this na 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 na, and you're like, yes, lyrics I can sing along to, even if I don't know Japanese.
Yes. Oh my
Considering
God.
one of my favorite other series that's very music heavy is Nana, I find this hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, and someday we'll get into that one, because like I absolutely love the theme to that, but I still never got around to actually watching that anime. So that is one that the music to it is something I've known before the series.
Well, I won't break your heart, but yeah, maybe someday.
Yeah, no, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We got so many things to do. So much anime, only so much time to record.
Too many cooks, too many cooks.
Oh man.
Basically, what we're saying is that while we could go down on and on and on about like little microcosms in the music, to talk about the Utena soundtrack over the entire span of the series plus the movie just feels really daunting. Like, that's how absolutely just vast and huge and just all-encompassing it really all is.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, come on, every character basically has their own theme, so... Like, it just... There's...
Yeah, I mean, you get, like, Utena's, like, triumphant march, you know, song, and then you get, like, Anthe's, you know, very kind of delicate musical theme. You've got, like, the Sunlit Garden, which plays, you know, at certain points throughout it to kind of reflect the shining thing that every, you know, character kind of holds dear. And
even Choo Choo has its own damn theme.
but it's like all the themes like really like suit each character and kind of reflect the characters, like what the character's about so well, and kind of, you know, musically reflects what the character is about, even if the character hasn't realized it yet.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, it's fitting, especially that, like, Akio gets all of this, like, kind of suave, smooth, misleading jazz. Like, it all fits perfectly. It just... Damn!
Yes, so to make a long story short, when the composers were making the soundtrack to this, they rolled a natural 20.
Oh, definitely. I mean... Oh, even the eye catches, which a lot of people forget that they don't actually know that term, but that's like literally in between scenes, like the little eye catch things. My God, they're fucking perfect. It just, guys, this is gonna be probably our shortest episode, but check out this soundtrack any way you can. Find it, listen to it.
But if I had pushed for us not to do this episode, you would have been holding back this musical orgasm for another, what, how many, 6 months?
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't hurt.
You would have you would have beat me into submission to let you do it.
Yeah, like,
at a certain point, because you just like, I need to gush about the thing. Let me talk about the thing.
Yeah.
Okay, what are you gonna say about the thing? I really love the thing.
Yeah. Rainbow Revolution. Okay. My God, fantastic theme. I've actually started to learn the lyrics. Truth is a fantastic ending theme. I've learned the lyrics to that. I think the only one I have yet to actually get is the second ending theme. And it's because I just don't listen to it. Like, Virtual Star, I don't listen to it as much.
Well, Virtual Star is also a dueling theme. It's it's like the first one for the Black Rose arc, and then it becomes the ending theme, and it's a good song. I like it.
That is very good. Yeah. So yeah, no, like, bottom line, check this out. Listen to the soundtrack. Put it in your ear holes. Inject it. Do what you need to do. It is you must hear it. And I'm going to have a hell of a time trying to figure out what to add at the beginning and ending for this. Because I use music.
I would also say if you're the kind of person who's completely unfamiliar with this anime, in which case, who the fuck sent you this link?
Yeah.
I would say that if you're unfamiliar with the anime, if you like any, rich instrumental music, you're going to love this. Heck, even if you just like early 90s pop and don't care what language it's being sung in. The opening and ending
or if you like really epic choral pieces.
Yes.
Like if you like Duel of the Fates from Star Wars, you'll like a lot of the dueling themes from this.
Yes.
If you like creepy sounding children choirs, fucking check this out. You'll love it. They'll make you scared to go upstairs.
I already am upstairs.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why is it always it's you and Varren, I can get with that shit. I love how Grave is just completely unfazed. I can basically hear her face palming. Antics. She's used to my antics. That's what it is.
Anyways, yeah.
It gets 2 thumbs up.
Yes, definitely. 2 thumbs up.
Try to sound like a bad Japanese commercial.
Drink of my beer! Good for you.
Not the one I would have gone to, but
I don't know why. I don't know why it's the first thing to pop into my head.
I think if there's anything we're learning right now in this moment is they need to add more Utena music to commercials.
Oh, yeah. That'd be amazing. That'd be fucking amazing.
Give the absolute Destiny apocalypse to that grime in your bathtub. Scrubbing bubble, son. For sale.
It's just this bigger scrubbing. Zetai. Oh, man.
It's just the scrubbing bubble dudes just going through the tubs. God damn it.
Yeah, no.
I swear we did not get high before we recorded this.
I swear.
It is an entirely natural high by the enthusiasm of our love for this soundtrack, which I'm sure all our listeners have been like, okay, they're still gushing.
Yeah.
I put this in the search engine. Where is the Utena soundtrack?
Hey, there are a few better things in this world to respond and react to than just pure joy.
Yeah. Oh. So, yeah, check out this soundtrack. As I've said in every one of these episodes, check out this fucking series. You need to. You are doing yourself a disservice if you haven't yet. And with that said, Xeiren, where can people find you?
Oh, only the cringiest places on the internet. All you gotta do is type Xeiren to the search bar of places like TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube to come find me. You can also find me on less cringy places on the internet, like over on Twitch with Varren Kimball on his gaming channel, where I am now his co-host every freaking Monday at 11 a.m. PST. So, yeah, come check us out there.
I don't know, there's been some cringe trying to watch him get through Cuphead.
That's Fridays, as me and other people in the chat like to put it, it's his rage quit day, because he always plays the most aggravating games. It's just fun to watch him rage out and watch the determination and the back and forth. Like today was just like, one more try. I'm gonna kill that dice-headed motherfucker.
Oh god, no, I do love watching that because it's like watching him, like, you can hear the hope in his voice. They're like, yes, I did it, and then you watch it get snatched away. And it's kind of beautiful in a way.
Yeah.
I'm not a sadist, I don't know what you're talking about. Grave, where's the turtle today?
I am in an elevator hugging a rose bush as I listen to Absolute Destiny Apocalypse.
Watch out for the thorns. You do have a soft belly.
Yeah, that sounds fun, except for the thorns, yeah.
That's why I'm hugging the pot.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go. All right. Okay. Awesome. And you can, of course, find me here on Podbean with the Wolf's Den Podcast. And on Mondays, Late to the Murder Party and Red Light. Come for the anime, stay for the horror. You can also find me over on Twitter. That's Tentailed Ookami, TENTAILED OOKAMI. That's my name. Don't wear it out. Also, if you're feeling extra generous, head on over to Patreon Wolf's Den. And if you check us out over there, you can get access to episodes at least a week in advance to when they drop to the general public. Episodes that may never drop to the general public. Behind the scenes, extra videos, projects, and Patreon exclusives, and all for just a measly $1 a month. Remember, folks, $1 a month goes a long, long way. And until next time, keep watching anime, keep watching this series. Seriously, don't stop. Keep going. Keep going. And
how about you please stop before somebody takes that clip out of context?
I may do that on purpose. I don't I don't know. You don't know. But yeah, and I think let's see. Next time we will be wrapping up the Utena reviews with a general discussion of just the overall themes of this series, because they do deserve a full analysis of their own. Good night, everybody.
Absolute Destiny. Apocalypse.
That's right, brand new Anime Monday, folks, and we are back for the 5th and final part in the Utena reviews. Holy shit, this has been a long road. Longer than you know.
Part 5 of 1.
Yeah, how long in between we record these. With me, of course, is the lovely Xeiren.
Hello.
The equally as lovely Graveturtle.
Hello.
And let's get into this. Yeah, we are wrapping up the Utena reviews. This time we are going to discuss just the overall themes that this series covers. Where do we begin? Where should we begin?
To begin, one usually must start at the beginning. Oh Lord, yeah, where to begin? Well, like we've mentioned a few times, there is a lot of very deliberate conversations on LGBTQ narratives, which is something that at the time in Japan was actually being railed against really, really hard in the media.
I do recall that, yeah.
Yeah, I've sat back and watched a few video essays, some documentary information and stuff, and Utena really is like this author's response in the 90s to just all the homophobia that had been going on. And while it wasn't, and if anybody watches Utena and they feel like how it handles some of its gender politics is kind of messy, I would like to remind you, and this is the part where I feel a lot of people get confused. So there have been a lot of videos made recently where I find like a lot of teenagers and 20-somethings going like, oh, well, it's more about gender. No, it's more about sexuality. No, it's more about preference. No, it's more about this. What kind of works against Utena's favor is that it was the 90s and we still hadn't quite acknowledged the fact that all of these things were separate.
Yeah.
Because what people don't understand is that, how you deal with like gender performance and identification versus orientation, these were not things in the general popular conversation that people separated out. Like psychologists had figured out all of these things were separate by then, but it wasn't part of the larger discussion. And so when people come across like problematic elements when dealing with its queer elements, that's one of the problems.
Yeah.
It's like we already have a culture that's very homophobic at this point in history and also doesn't have all the knowledge that we have today.
It falls into that category of really progressive for its time,
yes,
but doesn't quite hold up against current standards just because people know more now.
Yeah. And it makes it extra messy when you start involving, well, let's face it, the two biggest issues that Utena attempts to both tackle and yet subvert. And that is issues with incest. And adults taking advantage of children.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. So much. Oh my god. So much to unpack. And it tries to unpack it in a way that is very artistic. Like, I will definitely say it's one of the most tactful ways of tackling it I've ever seen in either, you know, live action or animation, just any sort of TV series that tries to tackle this sort of subject matter.
Well, keep in mind, we're not even just talking about the anime. We are discussing like the series overall, so like the manga too.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, when comparing
across the board,
the Utena series as a whole compared to other animations and live actions.
Yeah.
It handles it in a much more sophisticated manner than even compared to anything else of its time period or even in the future. Honestly, I feel that's one of the reasons why Utena holds up so well into this time frame.
I've seen the manga cover. Like, I think the manga handles this shit better than like a lot of other manga I've read.
Yeah. And like, especially when you realize like the whole, you feel like there's this whole push of like, oh no, Anthe and Utena, like, they're a couple, like, and you're just thinking the entire time, lesbian. And then the whole Aikyo coming in and betting Utena thing, like, it's like an inner rageful scream that has the slowest build up in ever, because you just want, especially as somebody who's a little bit older now and has gone back and rewatched this. I felt this when I was younger too, but even more so now. I'm just like, no, don't fall for that trick. No. Like, the whole time you're ramping up to it, you just want to be screaming at Utena, going, no, don't do it, don't fall for it, don't do it.
See,
and it's so true to life, though, because it's just like freaking predators, man.
Yeah, honestly,
they get in with that little crack in the wall, and then it's just like it keeps widening it before you know it, the whole wall comes tumbling down. I'm so glad it handles it that way, because that's really the more realistic way these sorts of things happen. It's not, hey kids, you want some candy?
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
like that shit does happen, but it's so rare in comparison to, like, no, it's usually someone you know, an authority figure, most likely someone you admire.
Someone who's nice to you.
Someone in your family who treats you like family.
That's how it works. That's how they get in.
And then it's like, you add insult to injury that Utena's a fucking orphan. And it's just like, yeah. I feel where this series misses the mark is the TV series misses the mark is that it cuts out Utena's aunt completely.
Yeah.
And I feel like Utena's aunt, like, at least adds a little element of, like, at least Utena's not completely on her own.
Doesn't come completely a la carte.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that the anime...
It just feels extra despicable when you think, like, she has nobody else in the world.
Yeah, like, it is not till much later that I feel that they, like, fully start to acknowledge the fact of, like, yeah, no, she is full-on an orphan. Her parents are dead.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why she was so depressed the first time she met Dio.
And Toga and Zyojin, all of them.
Yeah. So, I don't know if I've mentioned it at all. Probably not. I don't think I've even mentioned this in conversations with you guys about this series. But I didn't necessarily... Okay, at first, yeah, of course, I was one of those guys. I have a thing for lesbian couples, so sue me. I think they're adorable, but...
I have a thing for lesbian couples.
Yeah, but when it came to this series, yeah, at first I saw that, and I was like, okay, I knew that from the movie, I knew that from a lot of other stuff. However, the more I started to watch this and read it, I didn't just see them as, oh, hey, it's the lesbian couple. Like, that's what this is all about. That's what they're meant to be. I legitimately saw these two as soulmates. And I feel it's very much implied. And I feel it goes beyond, like, it still would have worked even if they weren't, you know, both women. I think it actually works.
As a twin flame thing.
Yeah. So, like, whenever there's that interference with her, like, yeah, there is that, like, anger that rises up. You're like, no, these two are clearly meant to be together. Stop interfering, other people. Yeah, especially you, Akio. Jesus fucking Christ. Just, oh.
Well, and it's funny because, like, a lot of what Anthe, like, butts up against in that whole dynamic is this concept of compulsive heterosexuality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is this expectation.
Yeah.
Of her to fulfill this role, even if it's not what she desires.
Mm-hmm. And
I know compet is a bit different in the real world, but it works in the situation that they're in. And it makes a lot of what Anthe does, especially towards the end, make a lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when she runs Utena through.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know that's a moment that comes out of nowhere for a lot of people, especially watching it the first time. But now watching it, what is it, like, this is like the 5th time I've watched this series. Jesus Christ. I'm still going back to episodes before we record these, so I remember things correctly.
I'll admit, when watching it, I actually wasn't shocked. It still hurt to see it, because I'm really, the entire time, I was hoping that wasn't going to happen. But to me, it was actually kind of teleplayed that it was going to happen.
Well, to be fair, you are experienced enough in media watching that you can usually guess when somebody's going to betray somebody in a plot, even when most others don't see it coming.
Mm-hmm. I saw it early on. Yeah.
You watch a lot more media than the average human.
This is fair. This is true.
So I don't. I'm talking about, like, the average person who's watching it for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
You usually, somewhere between the ages of, like, 15 and 25, watching Utena for the first time. They're like, wait, what? No! You guys have been so good to each other this whole time. No! What's going on?
Yeah.
And the thing is that Utena makes it further than anyone ever has before.
Mm-hmm.
Finally makes it to the end, and she's done it while subverting expectations at every step of the way. And the last set of expectations that she subverts is Anthe's. And Anthe's just like, no, you can't do this, because that's not how it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's like she's been so sucked into the heteronormativity of it all that even she's been swallowed by that message, by that, no, you can't have it your way, Utena, because nobody ever gets to have it that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not how the world works. And unfortunately, that is something that happens even quite often to people who have queer feelings, have queer experiences, especially people who realize it later in life.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like between all of Anthe's other damage, it just works out so freaking well. And it does really subvert a lot of people's expectations upon first watch, because they're not paying attention
mm-hmm.
to Anthe the whole way through the story. Like, no one quite realizes, like, how manipulative she is.
Oh yeah, usually
The
like the
entire
first time people think like, wait, Anthony's manipulative? Is when at the end of the Black Rose arc, when you realize she was in disguise every time you saw Mikage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, people are more like, but why is she doing that? Like, it's more confusing than anything. It's more like people are like, why is she being manipulative? I don't understand. The thing is that she's just as manipulative as her brother. She's just as much a part of the system as she is a victim of the system.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of what I think the author was trying to address about, especially about feminism at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Especially where it intersects with a lot of queer issues, is that let's face it, feminism in the 90s was fucking weird. The more I recall it, the more I go, what the fuck were we thinking?
Really, to be truthful, and again, I think this just comes from, I grew up with anime. I watched anime pretty early on. I grew up with shows like this. I grew up with a lot of stuff that was like a lot of condensed media. So
right.
I'm used to being able to catch things early on. I'm kind of notorious for being able to pick out an ending to a movie from the first 5 minutes.
Which, I won't lie, it does often make you sound smug as fuck, and then we get to the end of the movie, I'm like, God damn it, he did it again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to, it's just, I'm good at this.
Yeah,
and that's why I absolutely love it when they subvert expectations.
Yeah, it just makes me want to take the palm of my hand up to the backside of your head and go, cockbite.
I mean, it has helped me dodge some pretty bad movies and stuff like that, but...
This is true.
And some bad shows where, I can tell, oh, okay, this is the point of the show, I need to dip out, otherwise I'm just gonna be pissed off. Pissed off, and I'm like, oh, that was a waste of my time. But in the case of this, there was enough to still surprise me.
Yeah.
But my point was, even in the first season, you can tell, oh no, Anthony's just as manipulative, if not more so.
Yeah.
I was able to tell fairly early on.
Yeah.
Honestly, from the first time she rooms with her, that she rooms with Utena, like just suddenly it's like, oh well, I'm living here now. I'm like, okay.
I think it kind of gets summed up a lot easier in another film. Like, in Tangled, there's that moment where, the mom character is like, okay, you want me to be the bad guy? Now I'm the bad guy. Like, all the, veneer just rolls off.
Yeah.
And the thing is that Anthony's been through this process so many times. Like, it is implied that this story has gone down over and over and over and over.
Oh,
and
yeah.
over
It's
and
like,
over and over.
Where do you think, the Black Rose rings come from? They're the duelists who have, died.
Yeah, so there's, potentially hundreds of people who have been through this cycle with Anthony and Aikyo 1,000 times over. And it's like she just accepted a long time ago, I'm the witch. Of course I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And she's just learned to suppress and ignore her own desires and interests, to the point of just being not just a puppet of Aikyo's, but also puppeteering everyone else for him.
I won't...
Yeah. Well, it's even if you miss things at first, I mean, when you go around the second time and just all the times where all she she's standing in darkness and all you see is the light on her glasses.
Yep.
Which I feel like that trope. That trope is so
that
heavy.
is textbook manipulative anime character.
Yeah.
That is Yeah.
It's like they're foreshadowing it the whole time, and if you're paying attention, you'll catch it the first time around. But like for a lot of people, if they think like, oh well, she's just mad at so and so, or oh look, it's showing that she, is feeling left out or whatever.
Because
But
that's a good mask of what the actual intent is.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, it's like, that's not really what's going on. That's a little too ominous there.
Yeah.
And the thing that kills me is like a lot of people will take like what Anthe is doing and be like, oh well, she's like insidious. She's like the worst kind of woman. She's being manipulative and doing all of these things while playing the victim. And I'm just like, never once, ever, not even in her weakest of moments, does Anthe ever actually claim to be victimized.
No.
Ever. Like, she might have an over-the-top response, like when the dress was melting and things like that. But people swoop in and treat her like a victim before she even has a chance to speak.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's very important because I feel like what kind of brings all of the issues into sharp focus in the series is the fact that it's very much the author set up the system. It's like, this is the system. This is the rules everyone plays by, just like we do in society. And yet everybody's got different desires beyond what they're being asked to do. Well, and
a lot of those that side with her that immediately go, "Oh, she's a victim. We must protect her. She's just a victim." It legitimately, that's textbook white knight.
Yeah,
everybody becomes a textbook white knight, and she just kind of runs with it.
Yeah, even when Utena is trying to save her from throwing herself off of a building, Utena doesn't actually hear what she's saying. And it's just like, you're doing this for you, Utena. You're not doing it for her.
Yeah, that's what changes in the end.
And that's why the ending is so important.
Yeah.
To go down the way it does. And so it's like, that kind of like rolls up the entire, like, what I feel is like the biggest crux of the whole series. And the fact that we're still dealing with these issues on the same level today as we did when this was made, was it God? Over 20 years ago now?
90...
Almost 25 years ago?
98?
97.
97. Yeah, over 20 years.
Almost 25 years.
Almost 25, yeah.
In 2022, it'll be 25 years old.
Yeah. Yeah.
The anime is old enough to buy its own booze.
And boy, does it need it.
Oh, boy. And so I feel like, all of that kind of sums up, like a lot of the real life, both systemic and personal and feminist and queer issues that are in the anime and in the entire series. Let's be real. It's everywhere. But if you keep a close eye, like, yeah, some aspects of it are a little bit dated, but all of it still works. And it's still handled in one of the best ways I've ever seen in media. But I feel like something I know Grave can talk on a bit more is, oh boy, the trope issues. The way it subverts the trope issues of shoujo media. Oh my god.
Oh my god, does it. Yeah. But, yeah, Grave, you take the wheel on this one if you'd like.
Oh gosh, where to start?
Miki.
Oh,
Like usually when we bring it up in casual conversation, you start with Mickey.
Yeah.
So I figure like him and his sister. Oh my god.
Oh yes.
Oh boy.
Well, and like not just with like Mickey and Kozue, but you see this like throughout the like so many of the sibling pairs in this series. And it's a common trope you still see in anime today. It's like the whole like weird vibe between the brother and the sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like a modern series that does that also is the Irregular Magic High School. But at least in Utena, it's like this is all subverted here. This is shown for like the creepy thing it is. And honestly, that's like one of those tropes that I don't know why it's so popular. I really don't. If someone can explain it to me, that would be amazing. And then at least I would know why this creepy trope keeps cropping up.
I actually did some research into that not that long ago, and here's the closest I can approximate. So, you know how in Japanese culture there's a lot of like hands-off when it comes to parenting, especially after the kid starts going to school?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so basically there's this cultural thought that if you have a sibling, that sibling is going to do more to teach you how the world operates after a certain age than your parents will, because it's mom's job to take care of the house and all of that, and that entails to a very extreme degree. A lot of people I know who've gone to teach English in Japan, especially to like high schoolers, say that a lot of teenagers just never see their fathers because they work such shit hours all the time. And they don't even see their moms all that often because their moms are just always toiling away at something or, involved in this thing or that thing when it comes to the house or the community. Mm-hmm. And so siblings have this tendency to raise each other. And it is a common thing in Japan to just think of like, oh, my sibling, this is the person I will be closest to my entire life.
Well, it's like...
And so what it is it's a fetishization of what is supposed to be your most intimate familial relationship.
Japan is well known for its playing with overall cultural taboos and societal taboos. And I find that because the one that pushes the most buttons with people, and always the same buttons, is the taboo of the possible incestuous relationship or the feel towards that.
Well, yeah, because the one universal taboo is incest.
Yes.
And it's like, well, I knew about like the whole like older siblings helping raise the younger siblings aspect of things, but like the fact that like brother sister incest like shows up so often in anime is kind of
I always kind of
because I get like the whole like the older brother looking at his younger sibling and going like, are they entering their rebellious phase? That part kind of that makes sense, but like the whole like, oh brother, notice me, I love you so much, like weird creepy incest vibes.
Or the younger brother having been an attraction towards the older sister. Yeah. Which that one is less frowned upon for some reason. I think it's more they just go, oh well, it's just a boy going through that age where he's starting to notice women, and it's like it's an awkward stage. It's like, yeah, it shouldn't be that awkward. I feel like I don't have any, like, pinned down thoughts on this topic, like any solid thoughts on it. Other than that, I feel like it gets treated as a form of imprinting.
Essentially.
As like,
And
well, because you've raised this youngin', they now look up to you, and that they don't realize, or maybe they think that form of love, because they don't have their parents to tell them, no, what you're feeling is admiration, not actual, like, infatuation.
And I think that's why I love how Utena handles it so much, because it actually gives 3 great examples of critiquing that trope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've already talked a lot about how Anthony and Akio just take it to, like, extreme toxicity to the point where it's
shit.
Like, it's as fucked up as
a biohazard suit just to get near it.
Oh yeah, like it's Egyptian mythology levels of. But
I mean,
in the morning,
they are, like,
yeah,
they are, gods of a sort.
Yes. And then you have well, and I don't think it's a single, like, bit of a mistake that the both of them are coded as Indian by any stretch of the imagination for multiple reasons. Because whereas the one place that we think of when we think of, like, the birth of, like, organized religion, most people think of Hinduism.
Yeah.
So I think the implication is that they are gods from the Indian subcontinent. And I feel like that just is one of those things that was intentional, but at the same time I'm like, wow, the implication of the age of these two because of that is insane. But I feel like with where things get great is when you have, like, those two where you need to, like, a fucking hazmat suit.
Yeah.
Then you got Kozue and Mickey, which is more like
they're the lesser end. I actually see them.
They're more of an insulated, realistic portrayal.
Yeah. I see them. If you want to put them on a scale, like where you have, you would have Anthe and Akio as the extreme, this going to the truly toxic level. I would say that Mickey and Kazue are, like, the lower end, where it's like it hasn't reached that point. It's not. It's almost a more innocent end of it. Because, look, the other two siblings, they are in the middle ground, and she keeps trying to push it to the top. But, like, come with me, brother, in more ways than one. No. But, like,
well, and the crazy thing about those two is, like, not only does it, deal with, the whole twincest trope, which I feel like is an even extra perversion of the whole brother-sister dynamic.
And yet it's somehow even less frowned upon, though, from what I have noticed. Like, it is one of those lesser buttons that not a lot of people get pushed even when they see it.
I think that's just because and this is coming from a family where twins have happened multiple times. Like, people who aren't a part of a pair of twins just tend to look at twins as being so special and weird that they could never understand the bond between twins. And I'm actually quite close with my cousins who are twins. And they're like, yeah, it kind of blows our minds that, everybody just treats us like unicorns. Like, we still have sibling problems just like everybody else has problems with their siblings. The only difference is we've been fighting since we shared a womb, not a bedroom.
Yeah. I kind of get it, of, like, the idea of like, why people are a little more accepting of that one when it comes into, like, being played as played with taboos. They see it more as, like, well, who better to love than the one who may understand you the most, which would be your twin.
Yeah. And this is where I think the whole thing with Nanami is fucking genius. Like, I know she had next to no role in the manga, and frankly, I think that's because her character was still in development stages when the manga was being published. And so here comes the series. Here comes the series, and yeah, while Nanami is stupid annoying in the beginning, she's given those characteristics that we know from the trope.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's the most outspoken about it. And yet, the most toxic portrayals we actually see of it are the ones who keep quiet. The ones who keep it behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, but what is Nanami's actual feelings? Well, it's actually the most pure version of that. I mean, even her duel is called adoration.
Yeah.
And so, but by the time she discovers what the fuck Anthony and Akio are up to, she's disgusted. Absolutely disgusted. She even calls them perverse and wrong. And so I love the way the author twisted that on its head. It's like the one pair of people, Toga and Nanami, that they expect that kind of anime trope bullshit to be happening. No, it's actually the most pure and wonderful thing in the world compared to the actual horrible, toxic act of it all. And I do think it's kind of strange how it's like you have one extreme, the other extreme, and the twins right in the middle.
Yeah, I guess in that case. It's just, God, she rubbed me the wrong way.
I did watch a few things about Nanami, and I think I've come to the conclusion that she's probably one of the best worst girls.
It's the kitten killing. It's the kitten killing that has me throw her just off to the side and go, no, I don't care if you can be redeemed. I don't want you to be.
But that's just the thing. Like,
she's a terrible person, but she's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
She's a terrible person, but she's written in the best way. Like, if you're gonna have a bad person who's still morally just throughout most of their arc, basically somebody who's like a bit of an anti-hero, and you're going to talk about how they were as kids and teenagers, I feel like Nanami is a really good example of that. She's one of the best written worst girls in the world. Her character is handled spectacularly by the end. And so while I can't stand Nanami's guts, I have respect for her as a character.
I was able to stand her better when there was more cowbell.
With Nanami there.
That is not when I should have been drinking. I just got fucking cold brew in my nose, you son of a bitch.
Oh! My bad, but he shouldn't have been drinking at that time.
I know. It's in my nose. You know what? I'm gonna roll with the joke.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh god. That is not an experience I recommend.
No, it's not. You don't want to do that. I'm telling you from experience. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. This was more cowbell.
I swear to God, I need a fucking one of those accordion-style punching mallets from a freaking Warner Bros. Cartoon. Just pull that thing out of a box, hit the trigger, and it pops out of the freaking hammer, and it sends the punching mitt all the way to Texas from SoCal. Have it knock him in the back of the head. Just
I got a fever for you, brother. The only solution is more cowbell. God damn it.
Grave, can we take a road trip to Texas and kill This is true. I mean,
sorry for the evil cackling, but not sorry.
I mean, it would be more efficient to wait till the eclipse, but I think he deserves it sooner.
I deserve a lot of beatings in my life. There's just a line just waiting.
As long as there's barbecue, I'm in.
And
Lord knows there's Lord knows there's barbecue everywhere in that state. Oh my god. Somebody bring a trailer. She needs to bring home barbecue sauce.
Actually, if you talk to Roy, he would probably tell you, like, oh no, he's the one waiting in line, like, about midway, actually cooking the barbecue while waiting to kick my ass. I have given him reasons.
Yeah, I know those were like the two big ones I wanted to cover. We kind of covered some nuanced things in the middle, but now I feel like I'm struggling to find some more issues to talk about.
We kind of like brushed up against it at the beginning, but like this anime has like so many different portrayals of like femininity, and that to be strong is not a complete rejection of all that is feminine.
Right.
Because it's like you have Utena, and in a lot of ways, like, she rejects a lot of like traditional femininity. She wears the boys' uniform. She likes to do sports, but at the same time, she likes cute things. She doesn't hate, all the girly things, and she's not,
a monkey.
She's not, like, completely, like, rejected because she rejects, socially rejected because she rejects traditional feminine things. She's admired for it.
Which is very rare in manga for that to be the case. Because you see that pop up way more often in manga than you do anime. In my opinion, that's just because the shoujo market just kills it in manga, where they don't get as many anime adaptations.
Yeah.
But yeah, whenever you see the tomboy character or anything like that, and it's like, oh, yeah, she's always bullied or harassed or something along those lines. And yeah, there's a few people who harass Utena for being the way she is, but for the most part, people just think she's cool.
Yeah, it's like whether she's wearing a boy's uniform or wearing a dress or wearing the girl's uniform, everyone still thinks she's cool because she's Utena.
Yeah. I do enjoy the fact that when she does don the girl's uniform, there isn't this whole like, oh, well, I guess she decided to be normal then. No, like, everybody in the school is like, oh no, what happened to Utena? Something must have happened.
Yeah. Like, some of them do admit, they're like, oh, you do look cute in it, but tell me, honey, what's wrong? What's wrong?
They're
what
more
happened?
concerned than they are anything else.
Yeah, and like when she wears a dress to the party, everyone thinks she's cool, but like other female characters like Wakaba, who does like a lot of like, the traditional feminine things, it's like she's not seen as being weaker for embracing those feminine traits. This doesn't fall into like that trap of everything girly is weak and the only way you can be strong is to reject everything feminine because feminine things are worthless.
Well, yeah.
I mean, in fact, like, Utena gets more critique on rejecting feminine strength for behaving the way she behaves. In a lot of ways, like that's a lot of like the argument Toga makes in the beginning. It's like, you really don't have to be like one of the boys. You do know you're powerful when you act feminine, right? I mean, granted, he's trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, he's trying to seduce.
Because he's being a slimy little asshole at that point. But he's not wrong.
No.
He's like, no, oh, you should embrace your feminine wiles. Like, seriously, Utena, you could really do some damage with your feminine wiles if you just embrace them more.
But she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to do that.
And the thing is like, that those conversations both make me seethe and also make me kind of giggle, because that's the same bullshit my guy friends tried to pull on me back in the day when I was still a big part of the church.
Oh, boy.
Because I hung out with the boys. I wore, mostly, either unisex or very mannish clothing at the time. Like, I didn't steal dudes' hoodies because I wanted to be in a relationship with them. I stole them because I thought they were cool. And I'm just like, oh, it smells like dude. I'm gonna have to change that. Like, I will say that was the one thing I did embrace all my lifetime. I liked smelling girly.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't like looking girly. But any special imagination. But yeah, like that whole conversation, I'm like, oh, I know this manipulation. I know this one well. So well. And I love how it's never like, oh no, you're supposed to be weak-willed and all these things. No, it's more like, no, like, you're missing out on like something you could really cash in on here, girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like in a lot of other media, you see like, oh, well, the strong girl, she rejects all things that are feminine because they are weak. And oh, she's ostracized because she's not like the other girls. And it's really nice to see that in this series, you know, these things are handled in a much better and more nuanced way.
Oh yeah, in a much more realistic tone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just normally don't see people acting like that tropey in real life. Ever.
Yeah.
There's also, Jury.
Oh, Jury. My girl.
She's another one who definitely seems like...
She's amazing, except for her taste in women.
Yeah.
Hey, we're all flawed somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, she's like such like a cool big sister to Mickey, and she's like so amazing, except for her taste in women.
Yeah.
Well, even then, she winds up to more warmed up to other people in the cast, and you know, she's a good friend. She's a good friend. She's a good big sister. She's definitely the mom friend and kind of the dad friend at the same time.
Yeah, because she's another one who's not like textbook feminine. She's not. Yeah. She's the fact like quite the opposite almost.
Like, she's the mom friend that like coaches the soccer team. She's not the one bringing punch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Mickey's job.
Yes, that is Mickey's job.
It's because Mickey is the team mom, and Jury is the team dad.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, no, honestly, real quick also, aside, speaking of cute things, anyone know where I can get a Choo Choo plushie?
I don't know if they still make them.
Oh.
But Choo Choo is a simple enough design. Oh. We may have to talk later.
Ooh. All right. But
I have been wanting to like looking into how to learn how to make plush. So,
one thing I would like to say that I throw out there that I haven't brought up this entire time that we've been talking Utena. I would honestly like to see maybe like a short manga or something like that. I don't think maybe anime. I'll maybe get it animated eventually. But I would like to see some stuff from before Utena showed up. I kind of want to know if any of the other, like, people vying for her got anywhere near close to where Utena did. if maybe there were any of them that were like, they came close to seeing Anthe for who she is, but fell short. 'Cause I kind of want to know. I kind of want to know if any of the Black Roses was somebody who came close. Or maybe finally realized what was going on, but it was too late by then.
Somebody make some fan fiction.
Honestly, I'd read it.
Yeah, I mean, the manga gives us like a peek into Utena's life before she went, with the whole section with her aunt and her friend and her aunt's boyfriend. But
which we know he had a ring too, so...
Yeah, which means he might have been a duelist.
Yeah. But then figured out,
Then
oh wait, no, I like the aunt.
How did he... It's like, how did he get out? Everybody else is trapped in Otori Academy. How did he escape?
Yeah, that is a damn good question.
He's the only other one we know escaped.
Yeah.
Honestly, they should probably just go back and tell his story.
I would like to see his story, because I'm actually wondering if he's one who started to see what everything was for what it was, and went, no, I want no part of this. This is not something for me.
Or maybe he got far enough, but didn't quite get out, and maybe like either Akio or Anthe chucked him out.
Mm-hmm. Now that I think about it, if he had a wandering eye when he had the Rose Bride, and that was Utena's aunt,
yeah,
and that got him booted out of Victoria Academy, that'd be kind of funny.
I actually almost wonder. I think back to the Black Rose. I think back to the Black Rose saga, and the one who tried to become a part of this, but turned out to be too pure for this shit, and was rejected. Yes. I wonder if it's the same type of situation where even maybe not Akio is willing to like fuck over everybody, but even Anthe went, no, this is not your fight.
Well, no, it was a case of like the intentions are so pure there was nothing to manipulate.
Yeah. That's what I think. I think it was that. Yeah, I'd like to think Anthe would notice that.
Yeah, maybe. And we know that he didn't meet Utena's aunt until after he left, because that actually is mentioned.
Yeah,
that's true. I forgot. Thank you.
Yeah. So I would like to think that, because I do not see Akio doing that. I see Akio as the manipulative motherfucker who's like, ooh, someone pure, I can fuck with this. No, I would see maybe Anthe or even like one of the others being able to go, this is not for you.
Well, the thing is like, I think Anthe is aware that unless there is some chink in the armor,
mm-hmm.
that Akio is actually incapable of manipulating people who are actually pure of intention.
Yeah.
Because if there's not something where he can dig his nails in, he's just going to slide right off.
Yeah.
And that's why Anthe, like, puts them through that process during the Black Rose arc.
Yeah.
She's vetting them.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's like going in and like getting that job interview from like the the employee representative person at a job before you actually meet your boss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Been there. Yeah. I would like to see that. I think, yeah, in this case, I would like to think it was him. I want to see his full backstory.
That would be cool.
Now I'm thinking of like the first round of the duels as like reading the resumes. The second round, the Black Rose arc as your pre-interview, and then the final one.
Yeah. Oh man. I have to say, I think Black Rose was actually one of my favorite arcs because of all of that.
I just love the random stuff that was like on the dueling field and all the weird stuff Anthony's doing in the background, like drinking milkshakes and.
But no, that moment when Rikaba's friend is like, when that whole realization of even the guy, I forget his name, the
Mikage?
one, yeah, was just look. Oh no, the Is that the one who was running the Black Rose?
Yeah, Mikage is the pink-haired guy.
That's right, Mikage. Yeah, even he noticed and realized, you're too pure for this. When he did that realization, and even I'm watching this going like, you're not, dude, no, what are you doing? And then like when even they noticed and acknowledged it, I legitimately paused and was like, that was really, really good. That was really well written. That has to be one of my favorite moments. And yeah, I'd like to think that something like that happened with him as well. Of them just realizing, wait, what are you doing here, dude? You're not a part of this.
I mean, the other possibility is not like only being a little bit on the pure side, but maybe he's just too oblivious.
I mean, he definitely came off as oblivious.
Like too oblivious for like Aikio's manipulations.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, naivete is something that is mistaken for innocence so often.
This is true.
In the real world. These are often conflated things. Which I really wish airheadedness was not constantly equated with innocence. It's like, no.
I mean, I've learned that the hard way.
Because, like, I mean, can you imagine, like, if...
Sorry, that got way too real.
At the time, like, he was just, like, so oblivious, like, like think of, like, the, Goku from DBZ Abridged versus, like... I mean, can you imagine, like, Aikio attempting to manipulate someone like that?
I imagine it going very poorly.
I mean, Aikio would just be banging his head against the wall, and even Anthony would be banging her head against the wall.
I'm just imagining him now with a muffin button.
And, like, both of them are just like, we can't work with this.
No, we can't work with this. Here. Fucking get out.
Aikio with his just long, yaoi fingers across his eyeballs, going like, why is my entire observatory filled with muffins?
Oh my god. Oh my god, now I just want to see an Utena abridged. Somebody needs to make that happen. Not Team 4-Star. I don't think they could do that right. Somebody else needs to do that. Oh my god. No, that... God, do we have any other themes to touch upon here? Because...
Honestly, I think we've covered, like, the biggest issues. I mean, if people want to, like, you know, engage with us on social media and stuff like that and go, like, you forgot the thing! Like, yeah, we're always up for talking about the thing.
Well, I mean,
just let us know and we'll go back and we'll talk it to death.
Okay, I will say one more thing then I want to talk about. And that's the interpretation of what Apocalypse is actually supposed to be.
I think... I think when it comes to Utena, it takes it at its most literal level.
I feel that, but at the same time, I also feel it was supposed to be a representation of actual change.
Yeah, well, I mean, you see each character kind of go through their own, like, personal apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when Nanami thinks that, like, maybe her brother isn't her real sibling. Her entire idea and place in the world is just destroyed in that moment. And so, for her, that is, like, a personal apocalypse. And, like, you see Jury kind of go through like a similar thing where like her entire idea of the world is completely destroyed, and then she has to recover from that. You see each character go through like a moment like that, and that's basically their apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. When you're talking about apocalypse as both in like its ancient context and its more mundane context, like it's not something that is specifically tied to the biblical apocalypse that most of us are raised with, like knowing what that is. But like it's an event involving destruction or damage on an awesome or catastrophic scale. And like the reference they give on like Google definitions is a stock market apocalypse, but it's to uncover is the actual Greek root.
Mm-hmm.
So apocalypse is an actual revealing of something. It's a revelation, and which is why the last book of the Bible is called Revelations.
Yeah.
It's literally about visions. And so every single character has things about themselves revealed, whether it's to themselves or to everyone. And each one of these revelations is a minor apocalypse in their lives. And what I feel is the most important in all of this is that because this is a story about cycles and things just, revolving over and over and over again, is that as these revelations come up, can you tell I'm a little dry? I drank my coffee too fast.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that they figured that would have cleared some stuff out, but
shut up. She's like, which is not just a revolutionary girl, but she's also a revelationary. That's not a word, but you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean, but yeah.
I feel like revolution kind of like brings together the words revelation and apocalypse together, and I don't know. It's good. I'm done trying to explain it now. I got too deep into etymology.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's right there in the theme song, "Take My Revolution," like that.
Yeah.
Well, also, the whole opening theme is things like spinning around.
Yeah.
And then, like, think of all the spinning roses. I mean, these are cycles. Here, these are roses, and they're cycling around and rotating in an never-ending cycle until it is broken.
Yep.
Well, I mean, even just in the beginning, it's like they're spinning, but then their images are revealed when the light shows up.
Yep.
They're just spinning in the dark.
Yeah.
At first. And I think that's the thing, is like, Utena brings in this light. And not just as a source of light, but she's also reflective, like a mirror reflects light. And it causes the whole theme of revelation and apocalypse and all these things to take place on a more literal scale of what the word actually means. I mean, I do think it's kind of funny how everything has a very catastrophic, apocalyptic type end during the last episode, especially with swords flying around everywhere, random fucking carousels showing up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Akio being so goddamn jaded, he's treating it like a fucking vacation.
Yeah.
He's like, here we are again.
Bring me my mojito.
Yeah, oh my god.
Been here, done this. Apocalypse. Why do I keep vacationing in apocalypse?
Yeah.
Like, you son of a bitch.
Well, yeah, no, she definitely does represent a revolution. Like, there's a reason why. I mean, flat out, there's a reason why afterwards the whole the sequel manga is called or the tie-up manga is called After the Revolution. She's the one who she revolutionizes. She instigate her revelations is what creates the change. She stops apocalypse from happening, basically.
But here's
at least his form of apocalypse.
Yeah, but the thing that people don't usually acknowledge when it comes to the idea of apocalypse and revolution is that it's often seen as an end. And I love how the series thoroughly acknowledges that it's not the end of anything. It's actually the beginning of something.
Yeah.
It's the beginning of something much bigger than everything it had been discussing up until that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because then we get the third example of someone escaping.
Yep. Full
It's
on escaping. Yeah.
Like, we know Utena escapes somehow through her selfless actions at the end. We know she escapes because she's just nowhere to be found on the academy. We know her aunt's boyfriend clearly escaped somehow. But even the people who have graduated and like they still wind up coming back to the school. Like the school still somehow traps them. I'm looking at like Aikio's fiance as an example, and then the fact that Anthe is able to take that first step out of the cage at the very end. It's like, no, this was not an apocalypse as in the end of something. It's apocalypse in the way that it's the beginning of something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it was the end of his rule, which led into now a new age, is what the whole point is.
Yeah, I kind of hope one of these days we can get like more high definition qualities, or like at the very least, like be able to see the animated cells of Utena at some point. Like that would just be my goal, because what I actually want to see is a actual drawing in like the most pure, crisp definition of that derpy face Aikio's making when she walks up to his desk and she's like, "Nah, bitch, I'm out of here." He's just looking at her with the most like,
well,
get
the Blu-ray, because I got to see it pretty damn well.
I swear to God, it reminds me of the derpy Pikachu face.
Oh yeah, no, it was it was so satisfying.
It's like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know what you mean, sis.
Yeah.
Where you going?
So there's actually one other theme I want to, touch on. Speaking of like Aikio and Anthe.
Okay.
And that is basically the start of the creation of the cage. Like from when Aikio was still, the good, pure prince saving everyone and everything, and apparently driving himself, to death with it. Mm-hmm. And the fact that, like, Anthe, rather than watching him die a hero, decided that he should become a villain instead. And I think that's kind of interesting, because that's something, like, you don't really see anywhere else.
No.
It's like, he was the good, the pure prince, so, like, noble and selfless that even as, like, he's dying because from all the saving he's doing, he still won't give up trying to save people.
Well, yeah, and that's the origin point of her sin. Her sin is selfishness. Mm-hmm. She could not imagine being in a world where Aikio didn't exist. And she wanted to save his life. Even if that meant, it's like that old saying, you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Yep.
And the thing is she forced his hand
Mm-hmm.
into that with her own desires because she did not know how to let go.
No, but he didn't exactly help either, and that brings me to something I gotta talk about here, because I have mentioned earlier the concept that this does cover the concept of white knighting, and in like its most basic of forms, like before people really started to use that term. And he is your stereotypical white knight, in that he must save everybody that he sees, any damsel in distress, anybody who needs his help, he will save them, to the point that it eventually destroys him and does exactly what most, people you've ever met who are truly white knights, it corrupts them. Because they don't know how to stop.
Well, it goes from being their passion to their job to their right.
Yes. And that's when you stop being a white knight, because suddenly you are corrupt.
I don't see that we ever saw Aikyo go to thinking that, it's his right. Because he's not
I was
a villain.
No. I was more talking about the progression of how that happens in real life.
In real life, yeah, no, I've known plenty of white knights. I've lived with one, and I've done my best not to follow in their footsteps. But it's something that I noticed does get touched upon here in its most basic of forms. Which, yeah, that's what happened. And all it takes is that one person to come along and notice, or in this case, progress it to push it to its final point and actually create the full corruption. And that's what Anthe does. Is she fully corrupts him. Not intentionally, but she does. And like you said, that brings it up to her flaw, which was selfishness. So, yeah, that's... Honestly... Go ahead.
So, it's kind of interesting that, and that this also ties into, like, the whole Anthe is not just, a victim when it comes to this story, because even though I don't think she in any way intended for things to end up exactly as they were, but
no, she's the unwitting catalyst.
She created this situation, and I think she knew more of what was going to happen than it might seem, because she knew that she was taking Aikyo and turning him from a hero into a villain.
Mm-hmm.
She knew that was going to happen. And, basically locking them both in a cage together to deprive the rest of the world of their prince.
I think she thought that she would have more control of it than what she actually does in the end. I really think she knew she was creating a villain, but I think she had her heart, was technically in the right place. She had the right intentions, but she just didn't realize that it was going to be completely out of her hands, or what exactly she was creating. If that makes any sense.
So you think that she knew it was going to be bad, but she didn't know how bad?
Exactly. I think that's exactly what it was. Because for all intents and purposes, for everything we've seen, she is not stupid.
No, she is way smarter than she lets people believe.
Oh yeah, but I think at this point, it was probably because, you know, everybody saw her as the witch and everything else, she kind of let her own hubris, like, take control and get ahead of her. Where she thought, like, oh, well, yeah, I'm going to be creating a villain, and yeah, he's probably going to now be a terrible person, but I'm still, you know, the powerful one. I can control this. I can keep it from getting out of hand.
And then later on she leaves, and she leaves Akio in the cage, so, you know, she gets Utena, but she still has Akio in a cage, so the world can't have him.
Yeah. In the end, she still kind of got her way, actually.
She
got
everything she wanted in the end.
Yeah.
She had to suffer a lot to get there.
Yeah.
But she got everything she wanted.
Yeah. When you really think about it, in the end, a very selfish person got everything they wanted. Not quite how they wanted it, but they still got it in the end. That is an interesting way to look at this. That's not quite the true happy ending that most people would want.
But at the same time, this is why I like the idea that the movie is a sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Because they destroy the Academy on the way out.
Yeah.
It's more so like...
And set everybody else free, too.
Yeah. And so it just kind of feels like, you know, at the end of the series, it's like, she leaves and she now must go train and power up to be able to destroy the campus in another revolution. So it really all depends on which angle you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I just made like Anthe sound like a really terrible person,
but that's just the thing. What makes Utena as good as it is the fact that it has all of these issues. Everyone has issues. Everyone is gray. Everyone is terrible and wonderful all at the same time. They're real. They're more real, fanciful characters than you come across in almost any story.
Even the most pure of characters.
Yeah, even they feel flawed and feel like they can use a flawed system to reach their outcomes because even they see their purest of intentions as not being good.
Yeah, like Wakaba's friend. Like, even though he is he's too pure for that fight, he still has his flaws.
Yeah.
He's very much
for the
human.
fight, but he's not too pure for the world.
Yeah, no, it's not. Like, yo, you are just like legitimately, he was just too pure for that world.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he still has his other battles, and that's why he's there. But
corruption on many levels.
Yeah, but he was not at that level of corruption. He was not that level of a flawed individual. It's like, no, you don't belong here in this fight. You have your other fights. This is not one of them. Yeah, that... Can we all agree that this is a very multifaceted, like, multi-layered series?
I'm probably gonna watch it a half dozen more times before I die.
Oh, God. Yeah, honestly, I think, like... You know, probably during one of our breaks in between, like... in between recordings of episodes, I'm gonna watch this again.
Yeah.
I already watched the movie, like, at least 2 or 3 times a month, actually. I love the movie so much.
The movie is, like, my favorite thing to watch when I'm sick and don't feel well.
And good God, I listen to that soundtrack all the time. It's especially the dance. That song. That fucking song is so great.
I just know this is the reason why I'll never be able to have pink hair.
Okay.
Oh, people already gave me enough shit in college for acting like Utena.
Yeah, don't need to go all the way.
No.
I always thought movie Utena with like her short little hair, that was like always like the cutest hairstyle.
Oh,
Like, it just makes you want me look at it and go like, I want that hair.
Just don't look up the concept art.
No. I know of that concept art too. Yeah.
That shit was kind of terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather it just be magic hair. Why do you gotta make it literal?
Yeah. Oh.
And on that note, we should probably wrap this up.
Yeah, with that said, honestly, people, if we haven't... This is our longest episode yet, as far as I'm aware. Like, we've gone almost 90 minutes. Honestly, if you haven't... And we've talked about this for 5 hours already in total. If you haven't gathered it already, check this series out. I honestly think this has a little something for just about every anime fan out there. The manga has everything out there for just about every manga fan. There's gonna be something here you may latch onto. Or you may at least just find it interesting. I do not think at any point watching this, reading it, listening to the music, none of it is not worth your time. It is never a waste of time with this series. So, 2 thumbs up. Ookami seal of approval. I don't throw it out there enough. Check this shit out. With that said, Xeiren, where can people find you?
Dude, if you keep throwing your seals all over the place, you're gonna get leaky. Anyway, Xeiren, that's what Xeiren. You can find me on the cringiest places on the internet. Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. If you type in ASMR after Xeiren on YouTube, you will find my cringiest content to date. You can also find me on Twitch over on Varren Kimball's channel. Yeah, if you are a fan of the podcast, you know how to spell his name. I am co-hosting with him every Monday now. And so that's a consistent thing I should probably announce more often.
Yes, honestly, yeah, I think you should. Yeah. I love these. Grave, where is the turtle today?
I am throwing roses and water and stars all over the place, and I'm going to spin around.
Right round, baby, right round.
Like a record.
God damn it, don't ruin
Right
it.
round, right round. Woohoo!
God damn it, don't ruin it. Watch that scene with that music playing. I'm gonna rewatch that scene actually after we're done here. And you can of course find me on Podbean with the Wolfstead Podcast, Anna Mondays, Late to the Murder Party, and The Red Light. Come for the anime, stay for the horror. You can also find me over on Twitter. That's Tentailed Ookami, TentailedOokami. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I do have a Twitch account. Don't forget, we do have, it's still under Tentailed Ookami. It was under Wolfstead 5. I changed the name back to Tentailed Ookami because it's just mostly just me. I haven't been doing anything on it in a while, but do keep an eye out for that over on twitch.tv. I may or may not be doing some streams coming up soon. Also, if you're feeling extra generous, head on over to Wolfstead Patreon, where you can get access to episodes that may or may not drop to the general public, extra episodes, some episodes way far in advance, like we are talking episodes that probably won't drop for like a few months, as well as extras, bonus content, behind the scenes, commentaries, all sorts of little goodies, and maybe some extra down the road. I'm still working out the kinks. All of that for just a measly $1 a month. Remember, folks, $1 a month goes a long, long way. Kitty. I heard breathing. And with that said, that was a kitty, wasn't it?
It might have been.
It was a kitty. And with that said, keep watching anime. Watch this series. I don't think I've said it enough. I will never say it enough. Watch this. And until next time, folks. God, I don't even remember what's coming up.
Just howl.
All right.
What? Sorry, my cat got let into the room here. He was out when I started.
Oh, it's fine. We made him wait for 90 minutes. It's all good. Good night.